Okay. Can you hear me? Ta-da! This is my extremely cluttered desktop. Alright, so... yeah, power went out, and I think... I don't know, something... I think there was an issue. I have a really unreliable, horrible connection, because I live out in the cow pasture, basically. Fortunately, I'll be moving soon into town, and I'll have a much better connection. Now I just need to somehow start Steam. Yeah. Oops. Alright, so... yeah, I just started streaming again just so I could get back to you guys, so you'd know I didn't bail on you or something. But now I can't start Steam for some reason. Yay. Elias, it is. Well, yeah, that's the thing is like, Florida has a strong cattle ranching history. It's kind of interesting. It's one of the few places left that you can, like, find cowboys and Indians. Totally serious. No. Yeah, I see it too. What the hell? Okay, so... yeah, it has. So I don't... It may not be, but I suspect it could be. I just... Why is this a problem, Steam? Why are you not starting? Apparently nothing is starting? Yeah, it looks like it's gonna take me a second. Okay, let me fiddle with a few things. Sucks to start a stream this way. But don't really have a choice. Not really working for me. Okay. Let me manually close out Steam. There we go. Yay! Yeah, it was already running, but it wasn't showing up anywhere. See, so it was going da, da, da. This happens sometimes. Right, see now it's... there we go. I want to see something sad. This is my Steam library. All the games I have installed. They're all black because I hardly get to play games anymore. Sad face. Yeah, Franz, that's what I did, so it seems to be good now. Alright, let's get gaming. Yeah, one day I'll get more gaming. Girls get older and they can play with us. Okay, so I fixed that that ugly bug, that privilege revocation bug. It wasn't our fault. All the code was right, but it has to do with an engine bug on Paradox's end that's been showing up every once in a while. And so I just had to shuffle things around a bit, and then that was an appropriate workaround. My favorite non-PDocs game. That's hard. Like new or like retro? Civi. Yeah, Elias. Reporting a lot of these engine bugs to Paradox is tricky because they're so strange and obscure and hard to put your finger on. And most other mods that don't push the engine very hard don't typically have this problem. So it's like, it feels almost like I'm going to Paradox saying, hey, can you fix this specific problem that only we're experiencing? Zeropathic, we want the church to be in a state. The only problem is our religion guy is gone, and so if I want to remake the church into an estate, which I hope to eventually do, because that would make things so much easier for me, I would unfortunately have to learn all of Harper, the guy that did religion. I have to learn all of his outdated code, and his code is really, because he wrote it such a long time ago, the code is like archaic, and so it would take a very long time. And Jonathan, I was looking through Arumba's game. He sent me his saves, and I was doing a little work on that. So that's why Province was showing up. Kaladar, yeah, you're right. Good job. Elias, yeah, you're probably right. Probably has more to do with my laziness, and I'm still not very good. I'm good at fixing bugs when people report them to me. I'm not so good at like reporting bugs myself. But to answer that question about games I like to play, I like a lot of indie games. I like non AAA games. So Sunless Sea was a lot of fun. Faster Than Light's a lot of fun. Terraria is a lot of fun. I love playing Terraria with my wife, my brother, and I just can't wait to play it with my kids because it has that timeless. It has a modern yet retro feel, so it feels almost like you're playing a game like Mario Brothers with your kid. It feels like you're kind of straddling generations. It's interesting. Done up like a kipper. If the church were in a state, it probably wouldn't dominate. It probably wouldn't be. It would be like the state. It would be a percentage. It would be assumed to be in every province, except it might show up in a few provinces in countries that are theocracies. Yeah, I fixed Arumba's lesser nobles. What is Demian actually? Dun dun dun. Demian is Arumba. Yeah, the Wallaby. I got the forum up, but I was conflicted about whether to disclose it or not yet. I was thinking about, because when I bring the forum up, I'm really busy right now, so I'm not sure I'll be able to really participate as much as everyone else. And when I do launch it, I want to be able to be in there and discussing everything with everybody. So. Actually, Roomba looks a lot like my older brother, now that I think about it. Yeah, I might hold off on linking the forum. Because like I said, I want to be able to participate in it. But maybe I'll feel different by the end of the stream. Is that I still have to write up my presentation for Paradox. I still have to move into the new house. I still have to fix bugs. Kind of chaotic, and I want to be able to commit a good bit of time to it. I kind of wrote up my manifesto and where we'd like to go. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this game. See where it takes us. I'm a little bit behind. The plague hasn't hit yet. I lost. Apparently, I guess I just didn't save my game. It's gonna hit the same spot anyway, but it had auto-saved, and I looked at Arumba's games, and then I overwrote it by accident. Yuck. Sure, yeah, let me I talked about everything while you guys, not realizing that you guys couldn't get in. Let's take a look around the map real quick. So, powers that are rising. Spain is a pretty formidable force. They're a geopolitical rival. Fez is as well. You can usually tell how powerful a country is by looking at their capital. And Fez is really, really beefy. Banurasu isn't as scary as they look, but if they can consolidate power, they might be kind of scary. Karaman, I'm not concerned about. Georgia is a basket case, trying to project a small area of control over. They have kind of a small power base, and they're trying to project it over a wider area. Mesopotamia is extremely powerful land, but it's being projected from a small accepted culture. Tuscany is rising. Milan is actually rising, although I think Milan's been having some issues, but you can see Tuscany, strong capital. Austria-Hungary, we took care of them. Teutonic Order is pretty good. We're allied with them. Bohemia is kind of meh. France is falling to pieces, but you can see that that Burgundy is actually quite powerful. Let's see. Serious question. Why do you think that Paradox hasn't implemented non-gaming mechanics like populations, urbanization, mechanics, resources, trading? Gage, for the same reason that for a long time no one made a game like Crusader Kings 2 or Europa Universalis. Like, I look at the gaming industry, and a lot of the time things haven't been tried because trying new things is risky. And everyone always doubts it, and for good reason, because you try something new and you fail. Open up your smartphone, take a look at the mobile games, and all you see is one clone after another, right? So creating something new and interesting and innovative is fundamentally risky, whereas playing copycat is just an easy thing to do. And so now Paradox is just doing what they know they can succeed at. They tried something new, it worked, and I think now they're a bigger company and they have shareholders, and now they're worried about, I think they're generally worried about, doing the things that they did when they were younger as a company that made them successful. Once you're in power, you tend to be less risky. Fez. I was wondering. So you said that Fez had low income. Okay, there's a reason for that. So first off, their urban manufacturing is good, but not great. They probably have bad tax income. Yes. So local autonomy is hurting, but monopoly on court supplies hurts them. Conservative Sharia law hurts them. Some bribery hurts them. Church property. But the tax income isn't that bad. But, let's see. I bet. So they have a university, art corporation. So a big source, the answer to that question is a big source of their income is coming from government-related activity as opposed to commercial-related activity. So they only have two level 2 commerce buildings and a level 1 warehouse. And then they have a level 3 city hall, which is not a commerce building but helps to inflate the size of a city. So if you go to someplace like Florence, you see like they're making a lot of money, and that's mainly because it's driven by commercial activity, the size of their capital. Whereas the size of Fez is generally driven by government-related activity, bureaucracy, and stuff like that. Shakira law. It's a religion thing, Harper thing. Erajugo, does the negative tax income modifier affect how much money estates take from a province? It does if it specifically relates to that estate, right? So for instance, if an estate has a partial repeal of yield, if they have the yield tax, see that negative 25% production efficiency, that will go to the estate. Uh, 40%, let's find the sources. Oh, it's even higher. Jeez. Let's see. Yeah, their local fortifications are really powerful. May require a little bit of tuning. I know they have a fairly decentralized government too. They don't have a lot of centralization. Controlled by burghers, local fortification. And they also have significant expansion of local autonomy for burghers. So for instance, if they were to build a better castle, that would cut down on local fortifications a bit. If they repealed significant expansion of local autonomy for burghers, that would cut down on it as well. Yeah, so not too improbable. The idea is, we also don't want autonomy to just always to get to 0 too easily, though that's a bit of an extreme case. Yeah, Miguel Correa, there is no... Harper's system is really difficult to integrate properly as a church estate, and so it would take a good bit of work, because that's his whole system, which is very, very big and often a bit convoluted because it has a lot of old code. Yeah, so that's the main issue there. I was going to kill those Beyliks. Let me do that. Alright. Let me raise a few more soldiers before I do that. So, church estate would eventually like to have it properly integrated into the system, but that it is a competitor for my time, at least. And so having a church estate would be great, but it's a bit of a time sink. Cristiano, pretty well. The 100 Years' War is represented pretty well, but it's got a few bugs to iron out. Yeah, I'm not gonna redo the theme system because it's broken. I mean, it's not broken, it's just OP. I don't want to cheat. Right, Kriaz, you're absolutely right. There's a million things we'd love to do, but it's always comes down to time. You always have to ask yourself, what else could I be doing? Alright, so let me remove the Beyliks here. While we're at it, someone may have already fixed this, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it in my most recent copy. I'll leave it for now, but okay. There. Actually, I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. Okay, back. Viage, yes they do, unfortunately, but it's generally not as bad. Depends on the kind of rebel. Elias, yes. So when an estate makes enough money, it builds something. Is the code that determines the estate's investment flexible? Can new income sinks be added? Yeah, there's all kinds of ideas for quote-unquote income sinks. So we have the income sinks of education. We have the income sinks of of the courts, which I actually should check on. And eventually we'll have the income sink of the military estate, and then we'll also have. There's lots of things that estates will spend their money on eventually, other than building stuff or supporting levies, supporting forts, or just being milked by you, right? They'll also spend money on fighting you if they find it necessary, fighting each other if they find it necessary, projecting their powers into other countries that aren't yours should they find it necessary. So let's see if anyone gets killed here. I'm moving here first because this has a city there, so it's more vulnerable. I think they're going to loot it before I get there, though. They may or may not. Yeah, that sucks. So they caused some destruction there. They killed some people. Yeah, Christopher, the eventual idea is to have estates behave dynamically. So if you're strong and they revolt, they're not going to raise their army against you because that would be suicide. Instead, they do, passive-aggressive bullshit to try to weaken you or to punish you. And that's kind of how it will go. Jeez, come on, really? Fought to the death? And now he's running. Okay. HYW, my mind isn't working properly. Cristiano, can you elaborate more about HYW? HYW. Ha ho Heidi holy ho. Emperor of Persia, I'm happy to have distracted you. Zeropathic, yeah, that's the idea. So, if you have foreign nobles marrying your nobles and then deciding to push claims or cause problems or attempting to invade you, while you're weak or stuff like that. Wouldn't be necessarily too difficult to code. Just would, take time. And of course, burghers trying to, you can add a country, you can add you can add trade power into a province you can add trade power into a trade node without having a province there. And so merchant republics could try to, their burghers could try to gain trade power at places and spend money doing so. Because in this era especially, like, there was lots of private enterprises, a lot of private actors who were attempting to, to succeed, right? It wasn't just only state governments who were driving progress and stuff like that. Yeah, Dominic, the release is basically PDoxCon, about midway through PDoxCon. And PDoxCon, I'm getting on a plane in like 2 or 3 days, so it's soon. Turkoman nation by the Caspian? Not sure. There's a bunch of little... And mercantilism is sort of like disabled right now. We were going to turn it into something else. Just like we wanted to turn sailors into something else. I think I wanted to improve Alexandria to drive some more trade. Let's see. Save up some money for now. But yeah, Constantinople. Yay! Largest city. We have a plague incoming soon though, I think. So unfortunately, I'm not sure it'll stay that way. slow things down so I can answer some questions. Ooh, Banu Rasu at war with Hafsids. You are correct, and the Hafsids are rampaging. What would be nice is if I could vassalize this lands, build up a city, vassalize the lands, try to suck all of the food into Alexandria, and then just kind of have everyone else here sort of producing goods for me to then export into Constantinople. Sound like a plan? Conquer more in the Egypt. The borders look trash. Yeah, sorry, I'm not too into don't really care about borders very much. I'm way too lucky, huh? Milan, it's hard to tell depending on what your PC looks like. I mean, mine was quite horrible when I first started modding, and I still played at a comfortable pace with the old version. I guess it depends on your standards. I mean, this is a, you know, middle, slightly upper range PC, and you can see it. I'm rarely comfortable on speed 5. Oh, you know what I need to do before I do any power projection anywhere else? What I need to do is I need to build a new fleet of ships. So first, I need to upgrade these guys. Hathjoker, it would be really cool if we ended up with some. I'd like to make it so that if you wanted to, you could turn into one. So Granada, as far as Islamic countries, is the closest to ever being able to become a merchant republic with its, you know, with all of its burghers. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna build some ships here. Ships need a little bit of work still. Hey. Catch up with your comments. As long as the game runs at the same speed as the previous version. Yeah. I mean, this version's better for performance. Which is most ridiculous. Buying up Stab, buying down War Exhaustion, or magically developing provinces. Magically developing provinces is obviously the most offensive, in my opinion. It's like you cast a spell of enlargement and then you head out to the province like Paul Bunyan, and then you start plowing fields and building buildings. Yeah, Mega, yeah, you're right. I was planning on completely fleshing out my entire force limit. Let's see. That was kind of I was intending it to be kind of a moot point. I might as well build them all now. Get some significant number of trade ships here, and then build some more transport so I can start conducting naval invasions effectively. Oh, and I ran out of money. Oops. I really should save some. Alan, it should be playable in multiplayer, I think. Zero zero pathic, right? I love it when shitty horde capital goes from 10 developments to 30, 40 overnight. What was absurd? I mean, the way development worked got me into modding to begin with. That's how much it offended me. So, like, huge empires become these sprawling wastelands, right? And then, you know, every HRE province is like 50 development tall because they have nothing else to spend their development on, you know? It was, yeah, it annoyed me. Actually, I think 20 should be enough. These events. See, I want to redo revolts as well. I don't like the way that they work. Holy shit, really? Burgers demand privileges. 7 loyalty, 5 legitimacy, 25 autonomy in all provinces they control. Commercial havoc. It's how strong are my burgers? Relatively strong. I'm gonna take the hit. I'm also gonna offer favors. Nick, it is almost out. I hate province events. Hate province events because they don't scale. You get more of them the bigger that you get. And the bigger that you are, the more irrelevant each individual one is. It's like, oh, you're 150 million provinces, but you get this one little event that you know, gives you 10 ducats or 2 prestige or you know, 5 revolt risk. Bird, this is a little bit less of what you would expect on release, but not by much. Nagas of chaos. The game is insulted by you wanting to redo revolts. I better recant, otherwise the game could get uppity. Yeah, greater nobles are pretty powerful. Early in the game, greater nobles across the world are generally more powerful than lesser nobles. And you're supposed to decrease their power through time. That's kind of the point. Christopher, does MNT 2.0 keep the option of quickly coring provinces as opposed to it taking a couple gens in EU3? If so, why? I wish it was longer but less painful, Christopher. Which would be nice so it was less arcadey. I don't know. One day we'll redo cores, I'm sure, and redo cultures and all of that. A lot of peasants' wars. You mean just elsewhere? Done up like a kipper. Yeah, the no one wants to work events. Gigao kind of wants them, and because more events better, right? But I mean, I'm inclined to agree that, you know, okay, keep them whatever until we get more proper events. But I don't know. Eventually I'd like to replace all of those types of events with events that are literally tied into things that are going on the ground. So for instance, if you have a bunch of universities, you get more events related to intellectuals and things like that. You know, if you have a robust court, you get more court events, with interesting things happening. You know, if you have lots of greater nobles, you know, you get lots of greater noble events, etc., etc., and then have it more tied into the actual demographics existing in your country, rather than, you know, you getting an event that's like, oh, nobles are angry, and then you're like, but my nobles are at 4%. How could they be angry? So more like, true living events, I'd eventually like to replace them all with events that tie into the system at large. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where best to send my trade ships now that I have oodles and oodles of them. Alexandria looks pretty beefy. And it's pretty beat up, so the trade power is going to be relatively small relative to its productivity. So I'm going to send them over there. Yeah, Emo Pro, it feels like the game is really living. That's the whole point, right? That was the philosophy of... That was my design philosophy to begin with, is to really make it feel like the things you do profoundly influence the game world. Beyond just, oh look, I painted my colors on this thing over here. Crazy. When playing in the Lowlands, will Burgundy magic... No, it won't. But Burgundy will magically eat... If a player isn't there, then yes, Burgundy will magically eat it. I'd do it differently myself, but again, I don't have control over any of the local flavor type of stuff. Except I have been working on the Ottomans to make it... my goal with the Ottomans... If you watch in Roomba's game, you see the Ottomans are like scary, terrifying. And the idea was that I took as much of the Ottoman cheat mechanics out as possible, and then just change their behavior so that they would be more like an expansionistic player. And that's the way I would prefer to approach all regions, as opposed to hard coding railroad mechanics and cheat mechanics. Instead, lay down the foundation for how they behaved in history. Oh, cool. And then let them behave the way they did in history without, like, oh, here's 50 free universities or something like that. As there used to be all these mechanics, for countries where, free stuff would be given to countries, and the impetus was, oh, well, something good happened to them in this era of history, so we should just give them free stuff. But my reasoning was, no, there were reasons why those good things happened, because they had underlying good economic growth. So let's create a system by which that can happen. Let's try. We'll go here so we can hurt our rivals. Draz, I think after release, we're going to do as many bug fixes as possible. I'm going to try to orient... If new features and new mechanics make it in, it's probably going to have to be at my hand one way or another. If KJ stays on, he'll be super... I'm certain KJ will stay on. He can help me with all the AI stuff. I'm going to attempt to try to make some money off of streaming to justify the time that I'm spending in front of the computer. Because I was about to quit completely because it was becoming impractical to consistently develop all of this type of stuff while not spending enough time with family and neglecting work and stuff like that. And then I started streaming by accident, and then people were showing up, and it looked like it might be possible to somehow monetize. And the rest of the team seemed to be good with that. Seemed to be good with the idea of me streaming and making some money off of it. And if I can make enough, then I can justify, developing things. But we'll see. Let's see. I think... Oh yeah, this is before I demanded trade power. Thank you, Veloxia. Okay. And yeah, sorry guys, I won't get around to everyone's questions, obviously, because I still need to move the game along, because I'm sure some people are here to see that. So right now, improve economy, got my ships going. Gonna move as much trade as possible back home. Ooh, God, I'm making a killing. Looks like the greater nobles decided to invest in this newly acquired land. I think, wow. They tend to want to invest where autonomy is high and they can make the most money. Let me catch up with your questions. What are your future plans for the mod? What do you plan to add in, say, a year's time? So finish out colonization, get tribes in, get freeholders in. Those are some of the big things. Another really big thing is to properly work out the estate event system. Right now, estates do a lot of autonomous things on their own, but they really need to be able to project their power and to exert more influence on your country, and that includes things like proper civil war mechanics. And then I'd like to add in military estates, pirate estate, a whole bunch of stuff. But anyone who's seen me code knows that, you know, it's a lot of work. So what gets done just depends on how much time I end up having. Uh-oh. Oh. No, this is good. Okay. So craftsmen have fled from somewhere else that got sacked. Possibly from France. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay. Fleeing to Thessalonica. So, population data. Urban production skill. Sure, yeah. Let's up the urban production skill a bit. I mean, would it be possible to make the culture system work like the religious system without the game getting slower? It would be very clunky. I mean, it would be nice, but the number of cultures vastly outstrips the number of religions. So it would be a very clunky system, unfortunately. I mean, this used to be an Ellie stream. I know. I've been streaming past her bedtime, so. But, I'm sure she will get to participate more later. Yeah, Emo, as far as monetization, I'll probably go to Twitch, open a Patreon, and then have YouTube as well. Arumba gave me some tips, which were pretty welcome. He was talking to me a little bit about it, and so yeah, there's a lot of options out there. Let's see. So I'll definitely be. Huh. True. Should I vassalize? How many allies do they have? None. Okay, no reason not to. Thanks for bringing that up. Alright, let's. It's like they love me. Oh, you mean as in non-declare war on them and just offer vassalization? Maybe. Let's see. Okay, that's definitely not out of the range of possibility. I just need to improve relations with them, get a royal marriage maybe. Yeah, Bird must feed a Patreon for the whole team. Could get confusing. Darn it. Is how to distribute resources is tricky. Like, if I take donations and I monetize, my my vision is going to be bigger than just purely modding, because running a stream too is, takes time and resources, and then running my development project will take time and resources. So it'll be, it'll be more than just that. And monetizing, if I were to make a decent amount at it, it would be, I would treat it like a job, and with a mod team, paying volunteers gets messy. Yeah, they did seem to merge there, but why is it bothering me that they're not merged? Gage Weber. You ever see yourself working for Paradox? I'd love to work for Paradox. Paradox is a great company. Trying to work with Paradox from abroad, though, is tricky, I'm sitting here in Florida, and they're over there in Sweden, so you can see how that complicates things. Well, I'm not going to attack them. Or should I? Let's see. Whatever. I'm just going to attack them. Attack, vassalize, and feed them some land. Of course, I just took maintenance off. That was dumb. But yeah, working for Paradox would be like a dream come true, Just a matter of the distance thing. Like, I'd have to move to Sweden, obviously. First off, I'd have to put in an application that they have to want me, And I have to move to Sweden, move the kids to Sweden. My wife has a really good job here. And so, Sweden and Norway need geologists, but it's still, I still have to find a job, and you can see how that gets messy pretty quickly. Oh, we have a royal marriage? Guess I am not attacking you. Guess I should have checked that. But Paradox notwithstanding, I love developing stuff like this. I never have a lack of inspiration. I never have a lack of wanting to sit down and have at it. And you'd be surprised in the creative process. Often the biggest barrier for most people is just being inspired persistently and being able to stay excited about something. And for me, it's like I feel like a wizard sitting down at the keyboard. It's like there's even a tactile kind of pleasure to it. I just love it. Oh God, I'm way behind in comments. Free merchant. Wait, where did I get a merchant? Additional merchants, full trade focus, pilgrimage. I'll just... Oh, I lost him. That's right. Derp. I was dumb. I didn't put him back. I need to stop waxing poetic and pay attention to the game. Yeah, Gage, man. I love Sweden. I love Swedish society. I just love the innovative. It's almost tied with Switzerland as the most innovative country in the world. People are so damn smart in Sweden. Everyone's a coder. It's like way more gamers in Sweden per capita than the United States. Very forward-looking society that cares a lot about children and the quality of human resources. I just love Sweden. I wouldn't mind being in Sweden. And I don't know what I just clicked away by accident, but hopefully it wasn't important. Let's see. So, okay. Fewer Disneylands in Sweden. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, secret Swedish healthcare. That's huge. That's huge for. That would be huge for my family because. The healthcare system in the United States for someone like Eleanor is just a nightmare, a complete nightmare. It's been so much stress because you have a system of private insurance companies that they'll happily take your money when you're not sick, and then when you do get sick, then they do everything in their power to underhandedly cancel you and pull dirty tricks. My daughter's been retroactively canceled back to the day she was born 3 times illegally. Right now, I'm paying for insurance, and my insurance company refuses to recognize that I'm on the policy. And they'll say that I'm on the policy, and I go to the doctor to get checked out, and then they say, "Oh, you're not covered." I'm like, "No, that's BS. It's right here on my policy." Like I was supposed to go to the doctor today to an ENT because I had, was feeling sick, couldn't go because insurance was BSing. So it would be great to move to Sweden and not have to worry about that. My wife and I had to sell our house because of medical bills. We almost went bankrupt, when Ellie was born. Basically start over in life. That's what it means to get sick in the United States. You basically have to be destitute. Bitch fest over, I promise. Oh, we're not married anymore. Does this mean I can kill you now? Oop. Going up, people are dotting. Let's see. Up. Let's see, there are also fewer Disneylands than Egypt revolts though, yeah. I mean, Sweden is part of a peninsula there with Norway. You conquer Tresbon's neighbors, eliminate. That's true. Cyprus? Yeah, I do. Should take Cyprus. Yeah, not enough urban goods and trade map. I may need to tune down destruction a bit. I do need more in Anatolia. Elsewhere in Europe, it's not actually too bad. Spain is doing fairly well. Before they let so many low IQ Africans came in. dot. I know, right? Come on. Like, troll. Interestingly, in the United States, native-born Africans are one of the highest, have some of the highest income of any demographic. So, stereotypes can be bad for economic growth sometimes. Yeah, guys, so what do you want to do about mods? It's something I need to figure out. Because I do feel like I do feel like we need to organize this better. And I could use the help, goodness knows. Like right now, I'm slowly scrolling through all these questions. Seems like we need a better system. I know, a lot of you guys have been showing up pretty often, so it would be good if maybe I could select some of you to kind of help organize the process. What do you guys think about that? I'll be right back. I gotta get something. Yeah, Andrew, you could be correct. We could save that. And like guys, I guess as far as what's appropriate and not appropriate to talk about, I'm not someone who's easily offended at all. I don't think I've ever heard someone say something that's ever been like, "Oh my God, that just makes me so angry and upset." But I do think that I'm 34 years old, and I'm kind of past. I'm just past having to deal with juvenile bullshit, I guess. And just everybody be nice and be friendly people, and try not to get in juvenile fights and stuff like that. I'd really like, to start streaming and go ahead with my game development thing, and I want a mutually supportive community and people who are positive and optimistic about the world. And there's really no reason for anyone to cut anybody else down or anything like that. And so it's kind of the ethic I'd like to maintain. But I also don't want people to be afraid that they can't say what they're thinking if it's constructive either. Because like I think I said before in the previous stream, I'm basically a political centrist. So I don't want to banish people because of their political views, but in the same sense, I don't want people to just, shit post and troll and stuff like that, because then it kind of dilutes, the caliber of the conversation that we have. I've already met so many people that on here that are bright and optimistic, and that's kind of inspiring. I'd like to keep it that way. I should probably see what everyone's saying. Let's see. David Bunk. Maybe we need a way to differentiate between questions for Demian and comments for other chatters. That would be nice. So for someone, if someone like you, David Bunk, could if someone could, like the way my wife was forwarding questions to me, because it would be nice if everyone could chat and just be able to talk, and then have people who authentically want to know, like, oh, can you tell me about this particular thing? That would be great, because then. So then you see I'm scrolling down through all these other conversations that don't necessarily pertain to the video, and then I get behind. And then you guys are like, why is he replying to stuff that's from 10 minutes ago? Yeah, Diogo Santos, like, politics-wise, like, nothing annoys me more than leftist thought policing and stuff like that. But sometimes right-wing trolling and bomb throwing and stuff like that is annoying too. So people can just kind of keep it somewhere in the middle, so that conversations don't completely deteriorate into calling each other names and and shouting political slogans at each other. That would be nice. Let mob rule dictate the chat box. Goodness gracious. Here's the plan, Demian. You buy me a place where the internet is fast. I stream. My huge charisma brings in viewers, and I redistribute the money to the mod team. Oh no, we're totally disintegrating into politics. My. Let's yeah, Jewel, the move to Twitch after PDoxCon for sure. And you know, I'd really like to organize the streams in such a way so that I have like, you know, oh look, I'm playing a game, come watch me, and then fix some bugs along the way, but then have more dedicated development streams, you know. So that people who don't want to see me coding for like 5 hours or something like that can still watch the gaming stuff they enjoy, but then the people who do like to watch the coding stuff, you know, they can come and watch as well. I don't want to just be another guy playing video games, you know. I want to do more with my life. So no offense to any streamers who just play video games for a living, but plenty of people do that already, you know, and do it well, and I'm not obviously going to do it better. So I can do it kind of part-time, but for the purpose of, for instance, being able to ferret out bugs and be familiar with the product that I'm making, you know. Heavily restrict looting because I don't want to hurt them. We need some kind of rules list before mods can really know what to do. Yeah, Strategos. What I might have to do is make it on the forum after PDoxCon. Okay. Give me something to eat real quick. I need something to eat. Okay, just to get out. Yeah, Andrew, something like that would be good.
Yeah, you need to go on Twitch.
My wife is telling me I need to go on Twitch.
It's easier to mod.
Trebizond historically called itself an empire when it controlled most of the descent of the Black Sea. Okay. That's right. I was saving up my points because I believe A, because I'm talking too much and not paying attention to the game. B, because I was waiting to embrace an institution. I'm not sure how long that's going to take though. Jesus, forever. I need to talk to Maloran about that. I've got like good education, but Demian, could you try to do some dedicated videos about you for mod coding or coding in general? I saw your Granada series, so I know you can edit well enough to do something like that. That's what I would really like to try to do some of. Right now, I'm in the state where I'm trying to figure out like how to not bore people enough to keep them watching videos, but to also try and do something that isn't, you know, just what everyone else has already done as streamers. Like I said, I just started this like last week, not even 6 days ago. Didn't even really intend to, but there's some energy behind it, so I'm like, well, let me try and do something with it. I still want to do the whole gaming project, and I've been working on the forums, but I've just got, I got PDoxCon, I gotta move to a new house, I gotta sort out stuff with my job, just a lot to do. So eventually I'd like to get more organized as far as making different series. Meanwhile, let's look around the map a little bit. Someone asked about Sweden earlier. Scandinavia is mostly a backwater Denmark is probably the most developed, and even then, Denmark isn't that impressive. There's virtually no urban population at game start for most of Scandinavia. The only cool thing is that Scandinavian countries start out with a lot of freeholders. So theoretically, if you wanted to turn, the Scandinavian countries into peasant-governed countries and possibly like peasant republics in the future, when we get to that, they would be an ideal place to start. Yeah, well, EU4 has few players compared to the big streaming games, and doesn't have that much I want to see somebody great at the game vibe. That's true, which is why it seems almost like the best way to do it is to try to go at it with a different angle, a game development angle. Target fans who are specifically fans of EU or fans of of the mod. I'm gonna let you have your money. I don't want you to fail. Alright, so you are vassal. You are vassal of me. Let's see. Mechanic. Are you friends with anybody? Caramon? So I've banked up quite a bit of money. Let me see where Constantinople is. Yeah, Constantinople's growing like gangbusters and making lots of money and investing in nearby provinces. So she reached into Sardanapalus recently and built something. So basically what's happening is my little ring of prosperous cities on the Sea of Marmara are investing in the nearby area and helping to urbanize it, in addition to improving the farming efficiency as well. Farming efficiency is significantly better than at game start. Oh yeah. So that's turning out pretty well. Ooh, trying to catch up with chats. AR, you mentioned, Demian, once the cultural changes aren't really in the game yet, does that mean that the stuff from 1.27 was removed, or is it still there? A lot of things have been disabled in general, because it's hard to catch up. I don't think there's any plans to add any more provinces to Scandinavia. I mean, it's pretty sparsely populated already. Kuriziviv. Peasant republics? What historical examples? There were peasant republics throughout Europe, but they were not country level. They were smaller. So, for instance, you had one in Croatia. So they existed, but they were generally small, right? But part of the fun of Europa Universalis is you get to sometimes do things that are ahistorical, right? I mean, there were no examples of Jewish states, right? Let me see what my education is like here. I want it to be better. Data about universities. I think I lost quite a bit of time from my last game. So I think I may have a plague incoming. Let's see. Sardanapalus. Did I have a university here? Yeah, local university. Do I want to build in Alexandria? If I push more money back home, I will have more money long term. So, stands to reason. My autonomy is garbage, so I don't want to build any workshops here. That's obvious. I don't even have a marketplace here. Wait, have I even cored? No, Antioch's what isn't cored. I built a port. So where's all my autonomy coming from? Education, some nepotism, succession by the sword. That's right. I gotta get rid of that. Local fortifications. Just bad communication is a pretty obvious one. So I'd need to build a much better port if I wanted to get much traction. Build a marketplace to improve my trade. Done up like a kipper. How can you develop in MNT 2.0 Scandinavia countries such as Sweden like they did historically when they are a backwater? Most of Europe is a backwater in this era. I mean, so Scandinavia has a few interesting examples. Like they start out with a beastly mine in Dalarna, as any Swede knows, and it generates tons and tons of copper. And so you can actually, there's enough money coming out of that mine to bootstrap toward development and stuff like that. And Sweden is in a very advantageous position as far as relative. I mean, think of it this way: how badly was Sweden damaged in World War I and World War II? The answer is not much. Why? Because geography, to a large extent. They have that same advantage here, right? The fewer armies that are invading you and looting your lands, the more developed you get long term, right? So they enjoy that same advantage. And so, for instance, it doesn't look like a lot, but you can see their capital has, Stockholm has 3 urban pop, which is 3 more than what they started with. And when you consider that they start with very little, that's pretty impressive. So I think Sweden can plausibly become an empire in MNT 2.0 like they did in real life. Religious scandal, yay. Just what I need. So I'm powering up, and eventually I'll probably go to war again. Trying to decide if it's worth building some more forts here, or whether I should just push my boundaries rapidly and then build a new, and then let geography be my fort for me, right? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should go to war soon. Yeah, Bannerassu is getting bigger, aren't they? I wonder if there's anyone else I can ally who could be a Czech in this region. I don't want to ally Hafsids, obviously. Phew, Jesus. Ethiopia. God. Persia's forming. Persia's a mess currently in this build. What to do? Oh, bring down inflation. Good call. I shouldn't have built that marketplace yet, come to think of it. I've been procrastinating teching up, but who knows when I'll actually get Renaissance. Let's see. Decade of self-rule. Right now, it'll bring down my money, but more will go to the burghers, then they can invest as they see fit. Honor a noble house. That's the advantage of having a good court. Is you get lots of prestige that you can use to improve your estates. So I want to make sure I maintain a decent court. My education's going down. Improve urban infrastructure in Constantinople. It would be nice to keep it growing. And the urban infrastructure there is pretty bad. Oops. Yeah. How does Yun play in this mod? Anything interesting since they are a dying empire? Not really. Not something I've personally gotten around to. It would be nice to have fluent mods, you know, on my stream to be able to tell people, you know, to answer some of the more obvious questions, people that are here a lot. Map modes, whatever. Middle East is a mess. What's the surprise? You see the Reformation's raging. Oh, we can embrace now. Well, seeing the position we're in, I'm conflicted. Embrace or not to embrace? That is the question. Indian sultanates are not very much changed. We have someone working on it. I may have, let's see. Let's see. I'm wondering if farming efficiency stops at 100% or lower. If any of you can give a firm answer, it would be astonishing if it got to 100%, especially during this era. I would embrace. You're already late in tech. Yeah. Straw poll. Let's do a straw poll. I'm torn. I can't decide on my own. I'm so indecisive. Straw poll. To embrace or not to embrace? Embrace. Creating poll. Okay. Yeah, I might wait until it drops a bit, but we'll see. You will waste your money. Racing the tech. Question is, you know, how much is it worth wasting monarch points at this point? Well, let's see. Actually, you know what I can do? I can sink some in here. Let's see what the poll says. Poll says, yuck. You guys want to embrace. Alright, looks like we're embracing. Doink. We'll cry just a little bit though. Oh, but the tech. I'm so tired of being primitive. I'm still so far behind. But that's everybody's behind. Well, not everybody. The Italians aren't behind. That's for sure. That's the one thing that keeps preventing me from expanding. Is that I have a lower quality of people and it's harder to... You! What? What just... How did that just happen? How did my fleet limit just... tank? That's weird. I didn't lose any provinces. Anyone have any ideas? Oh, tech map mode. Yeah, but why? Terrible mistake, my lord. Fuck democracy. Oh shit, that could be it. Yeah, that was pretty stupid. That was really stupid because my burgers are so damn strong. Alright, I guess well, yeah, I should have thought that out, shouldn't I? It's not so simple as just, oh, free money. Alright, oh well. Sure would be nice if I could demand some support. Oh yeah, tech map mode. Does teching up drop it that much? One was... I did raise... I gave him a favor. I raised autonomy, which was dumb. I should not have done that. Oh. Stay focused. Focus, focus, focus. What was he doing? Oh yeah, tech. Focus, focus, focus. Okay. Alright, I'm a little bit brighter than my neighbors, but not as bright as Italy and Burgundy. So for instance, go to Constantinople. They are burghers, I believe. Now you will see their autonomy is ticking down because I raised it a significant amount, which gives burghers more money, but why is my army taking attrition? Oh, because they're sitting in the ocean. Okay. Time to focus. My army is so small, I bet Karaman is probably foolish enough thinking about stomping me. The thing is, I'm kind of comfortable right now because I have no major nearby rivals who are worth anything. I mean, how much money do the burghers have? 2,314 ducats, and they make 322 annually. Holy shit. I mean, they don't make as much as me annually, but if you compare, they're not that much smaller than me either. We're gonna Burger King. Oh shit, that's right. Manpower to build things. You're right. I should be building roads. I thought I built roads here, but I guess that was in my other save, and I had lost my other save because I was dumb. I think plague is still coming, guys. It's unfortunate but true. Construct roads. Yeah, sure. We have no roads going up here. Well, it's kind of primitive. I'll run the road this way where we have much more population. Yeah, construct roads, manpower, pay off the difference. Definitely worth building a road here because it's always good to build roads in cities. Which reminds me, I really should build roads in all my cities. This is the last time I'm doing this because my manpower is shot now. Oh, do I have... Okay. Prepare the doctors. I am, but my force limit's gonna come back. So, first off, let me see. It's already ticking up, and so it would be more destructive to burn the ships, money-wise, and then have to rebuild them. So. Yeah, okay, cool, Gentle Doom. I'll need to build the best roads in all my cities. Because as you can see, they give a good amount of gravity, but they don't add to the infrastructure malice. That's actually one of the reasons why they're built this way, so that they aren't influenced by this malice here. And so they're kind of on a different scale. And so you can see they give urban production power and wealth growth and all of that. They have an expensive base cost, but they aren't influenced by any of the build cost modifiers. Oh, Genoa and Crimea? Fuckers. No, 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 no. How can you... Genoa. Get with it. Yeah, that would be a prudent place to attack. There's no road in Alexandria? Okay, we need a game plan. Plan needs to be, I need to improve my trade outposts. So I need to build up Alexandria, Antioch, and I need to conquer the Crimea and Kaffa so that I can move trade to Constantinople and improve my economy. Because I'm just trying to improve it domestically, which is a slower but albeit safer process. Milan, no, because the people building the roads, they age out of the manpower pool. Remember, this is an era where a true able-bodied man wasn't an able-bodied man for long. It's like, okay, from 18 years old to, 35 or 40, at a certain point, you're not good for the kind of, military service, frontline fighting, or labor that, would normally. Ooh, this is tricky. It's like stability and gold, man. They're both so incredibly valuable. I can't make up my mind. Stability. Main reason is because my corruption has been so bad for so long, which reminds me, I need to revoke some privileges, because these... So now I can test out the bug fix I used, right? Cease issuing high court titles, permit some commoners in the cabinet, revoke partial tax exemption. That would be nice. Reinstate partial or yield tax. I'm gonna go for the money oriented stuff. AR, Demian, just realized something. Roads don't up urban infrastructure construction costs, but road costs is increased by urban infrastructure? No, roads are not increased by the urban infrastructure cost. Roads are detached. Think of it this way. Roads are completely detached from any of that infrastructure cost stuff, but they will improve your city. Make sense? So there used to be an issue where roads used to be constructed via the building tab, just like everything else. The problem was, it always made sense to try to build the roads first before building all your other buildings. It was kind of this upside down situation, and so we changed it. Are you going to make construction cost from IDEA multiplicative? No, construction cost bonuses are a problem because they represent just free money coming out of nowhere. And so we absolutely positively don't want to make a gamey system where you're paying for buildings like at 20% cost. It completely turns the system on its head. It just makes a billion exploits the player can use that the AI is not smart enough to. So we really don't want to go the route where money is coming out of nowhere. So okay, we're gonna go for it. Hold your breath. Not too bad. Can live with it. It's a good call, Spy Network. It's the problem with I'm still learning how to play the game well and pay attention to streamers. AR, I thought Sun Wu said manpower cost was influenced by Ducat. No. So there's a terrain and population number influences the Ducat cost of the road, right? and then a certain number, I think it's like 30 manpower for 1 ducat or something. And so that conversion always is the same, right? And the ducat cost is unrelated to the infrastructure value. Granada, 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 Granada. Sadly, Granada gone. I should have intervened. Holy moly, Granada rebounded. Sometimes it just gets razed to the ground like it was in history and never recovers, but looks like it recovered, I guess. Yeah, I'm wondering that. It didn't get sacked. Who are their alliances anyway? Knights and province. Okay, this is good. Actually, yes, this is good. I absolutely positively need this province. It's amazing. The knights have invested in it hugely. I need to seize control of the rest of the Aegean. I wonder if I attack the knights. You know, I could get everything I wanted. Let's see. Yes, so I want to fight. I want to fight Karaman. I want to fight Genoa. I want to fight Cyprus. And I want to fight knights, Karaman, Genoa, Cyprus. I want to fight all of them, right? So I'll save up some money, save up some manpower, and then I'll take them all on. Yeah, I remember in Islam that all of the Abrahamic religions, all the people of the book are an important part of the faith, and so you will consistently see, you know, symbology and imagery from Christianity and Judaism. It's not that unusual. Personal union on monarch death. I should make a royal marriage now. Do not call Kosovo into the war. Yeah, they'll probably want to loot stuff, right? Fight everyone at once. Yeah, I mean, I'd be fighting all of the... Kosovo's... Oh, Kosovo. Kosovo is still crappy. Looks like they got a famine recently. Not enough of the famine hit me to call the famine relief event. I guess I really need to pay attention. Okay. I've been like building a spy network forever. Let's see. Let's just stop that. Like, what am I gonna? Whatever. Let me get my vassals not to hate me. Let's see. Why is everyone saying F, F, F? R.I.P., R.I.P., R.I.P. What am I missing? What's that tiny Genoese city in the southern Black Sea coast? It's just a trade port. Can you relieve famines in other countries? No. Yeah, like Mega said, famine, it can mean a lot of things. So famine could be that food is not getting to where it needs to be, which is why war tends to disrupt things. It could be because weather is bad. It can be because of density. There's tons and tons of reasons. Oh, F to pay respects. I see. You kids and your newfangled memes. Yeah, there's a delay between what you're seeing in my game and what I'm seeing in your. Oh God. Yep. 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 Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm not attacking anyone for a while. F. Yep, that's the same city that got hit back last time. So I intentionally coded the plague so that you could not save Scum no matter what you do. Because I personally spite people who save Scum. Fuckers. My wife and I are both hardcore mode gamers. And so we're imposing that on everybody else. Is there any point in trying to fight it? There really isn't. It's already here. I mean, I could theoretically try and shut down ports. Yeah, I've gotten off the hook with Plague a lot. Akka, no, they're supposed to die. They're supposed to slowly become less of a thing, but they're not very well tuned right now. They're hitting too hard. Speaking of which, let's this is what I'm gonna do. Real quick, before we deal with Plague, I need to retune Plagues a bit. So I'm going to pull up my mod folder, and we're going to really quickly change some of the values. Eventually I'm going to create a defines for the entire, pop modding stuff, so that players can go in and easily change values in one giant menu. It'll make it easier. But for now, everything's kind of scattered. Pop Plague. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Let me see if I can remember. Okay, here it is. Section. Desimon, one of our other coders, was fiddling with Plague and did some good changes, but there's still some problems with it. So this is the deterioration over time. You can see Plague lasts to about 1650. In history, it actually lasted longer, believe it or not, but it was only hitting urban centers by that point. Yeah, so we need this to taper off a lot faster, in my opinion. So let's say 60, and then 50, and then it's practically nothing by the time you get down here. That'll help. Hold on a second. Let me see when this is calculated. So, let me test something real quick. Let me see if it works. I think it may. I wonder. It's gonna be Roman Empire first, folks, I believe. Okay. Wall of corpses to stop the plague. They're all gonna die anyway, so build a wall around Nicomedia and make the burgers pay for it. It's almost worth massacring Nicomedia, isn't it? Because we don't want it to get to Prusa, we don't want it to get to Thessalonica, we don't want it to get to Constantinople, right? Free Cell. Yeah, you're right. There is occasional outbursts of plague even today. Okay, so plague will come. Totally ruin our conquest plans. Good question. I think you can. Okay, so I think it was calculated beforehand. Okay. So do we massacre or do we not massacre? Capitan Kosovo, we cannot change. We cannot change trade in that way. Not possible. Okay, guys. I'm gonna test something out. Let's do it before and after. I'd like to make sure this is operating properly. So let's massacre everybody. Right? First off, we're gonna save. Not technically save scumming. And massacring everyone is technically not scummy. Boom, massacre. Now let's see how the plague spreads. This is okay. Okay, so we ended up with a yellow in Constantinople. Straw poll. We'll see the effects, and then we'll have a straw poll to decide who gets massacred or who doesn't. No. I'm bored. I'm gonna eat some food. Nom, nom, nom. What's 100,000 urban dwellers to a man like me? Okay, now we're not gonna do anything. People die anyway. And don't make me look stupid. It's gotta be worse. Worse, I say. We gonna spread plague or what? Hello, plague. Not that I'm complaining. It wasn't worse in Prusa, it's worse. It's a random, it does randomly spread, so there's a random seed involved. You can see in Prusa, it's worse than it was. I think Constantinople rolled well this time around. Yeah. Okay, so do we massacre or do we not massacre? Alright, we'll do a straw poll. What is your favorite country to play as? Would anyone like to answer that for me? Okay. Hosting straw poll. I have a feeling this is going to reveal quite a bit about my audience. Tornal wins. Acha wins. Al-Andalus. Granada. I knew it. I knew that's what everyone would vote for. Cold-hearted bastards. So this is what this dream has come to. To be honest, that's what I voted for too. So. Oh, by an additional random amount. I made this event a long time ago, so I'm not. Yeah, this option will increase plague damage in your province by 70%, but reduce spread by an additional random amount. So, could be worse or better than we saw last time. Let's see. Surprisingly close vote. Yeah, I know, TK Wheezy. And I even voted for Massacre too, so I can't exactly blame you. Think of the taxes. That's true, God. It's out of my hands. Okay, let's... Okay, good. As long as Constantinople fared well. And Prusa fared better. Alright. I'm happy. That wasn't too bad. That's a weird play. That's a weird famine. So you can see how geography can split up famines, right? It's hugging the coast because the mountain ranges are cutting it off. I'm throwing a deadly dice. Yeah, we had really bad voter turnout. Like, this is the problem with democracy nowadays, right? It's like, you know, hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake, and then no one even shows up to vote. WTF. Come on, guys. I guess we're not invading any place anytime soon. Should I finish the idea group or should I tech up? Constantinople exit. See, something about in real life famine spread. What causes famine to spread like that? So it's about connectivity, tree cell, and this has been true in history as well. It's about how much different provinces connect to each other, and so when provinces connect more easily, they rely on each other more, and what that does is it makes it so that so if we're in an area, let's say we're in China. Don't pay attention to all these icons, right? And so we have this big basin right here. There's lots of communication, lots of interdependence. So if one province is doing well, it buoys the other provinces and helps to lift them up. And it means that everyone's trading food and goods and such more often and more likely. However, when another province is doing poorly, it tends to drag everybody else down, right? And the situation with China is they tend to have these vast famines because it's really easy to get around and really easy to move food around compared to other places, fewer geographic barriers, more favorable terrain to that type of trade. And so famines look much, much, much different in China than they would in the Balkans because each individual place tends to be more self-reliant. And typically, you see famines like this more often in isolated areas, in more geographically isolated areas, because they have other provinces which can't buoy them up as much. Whereas in China, you often see these vast famines that that aren't necessarily super duper powerful. Sometimes they do get bad though. Anyway, that's a general tutorial. Now, it looks like plague didn't even get up here to Wallachia. You can see plague tends to break up at geographic barriers as well. Darn it, you mean I'm the only one that really got hit by the plague? Catch up with comments. Why can't you core Antioch? Because there is too much unrest there. Biggest powers nearby. Banner who's getting kind of strong. Karaman, I dealt significant damage to. Austria-Hungary used to be my biggest rival, so I fought a few nasty wars with them, but they're broken. Spain is conquering France. Interesting that they would have Languedoc. Yeah, I mean, Languedoc was almost a part of Aragon. Almost became a part of Aragon. Fez is a major rival. You know, if I move into Italy, then I'm in kind of more dangerous territory. Right now, I'm pretty safe. Caraman's not too strong. I've got 2 buffers between me and Hungary. It's important to appreciate this period of peace. You know, I mean, when did the Byzantine Empire truly have a resurgence? It's when they, you know, it's when their powerful neighbors both went into decline. Right. Yeah, you could delete all Mount Tarragon. You could theoretically delete all of G. Harper's stuff, and it would work fine. It's a component, right? Yeah. Kiev got trashed. Well, what's my total pop? Now? It's actually still higher than when I started the game. So, that's nice. Antwerp got hit extremely hard. Strangled the plague like he strangled the babies in their cradles. That's right, babies, man. Babies are so germy. You kidding? I should know. So germy. You got it. It's just like they got little plague stickiness all over their fingers and they're touching everything. I mean, even though 2.0 is much more, it runs better. What changes were made to the coding to make that happen? Migrated everything to a yearly based census, and so you know you get performance depends on how often you're doing your calculations, right? Paradox likes to do its calculations like once every frame rate or like once a day, and so that drags performance down. But I do most of the major population calculations and wealth calculations and estate calculations every year, which makes them have almost no effect on performance whatsoever. Then we moved a lot of other aspects to that type of yearly pulse as well. So, and of course, you know, I used no mean time to happen modifiers whatsoever in any events whatsoever, and they tend to be gluttonous, right? We removed all province events that were working off of mean time to happen. Because with mean time to happen on your events, it's running calculations like every day or every month, sometimes in every province in every country, and that's extremely inefficient. So there's lots of ways that we made the code better. Germ factories, he's stuck in Avignon. Can you show how the institutions have spread so far? Yeah, institutions are very stubborn. They spread very stubbornly, which is kind of a good thing in my book. Yeah, you can see, Bohemia. Bohemia is recovering, it looks like. Yeah. 2.0 is about 65% complete, maybe. I really booked it. on my ends, and managed to get a lot done. Saturation. What was it? Economic data? Oh, urban scale. Okay. All right. Diogos religion needs a lot of work. And that's when I said like 60-65% done, I did not consider religion in that calculation. Because religion is just, that's all Harper stuff. And the code, the problem is the code needs revision first, and then you can start working with it. Huzzah! And so it's like double the work. And it's like, do we really want to spend that much time on it when I could be doing so much more with all these other things? Ooh, highway. Oh, Jesus, I'm wasting so much money. Oh, I know. I'm stupid. I don't want these galleys anyway. So I'll delete those. That should help. Let's see. Makes me wonder why the game doesn't just pick a date the moment an meantime to happen event becomes possible. There's triggers, but then triggers too are checked every pulse, whatever that pulse happens to be, right? No, actually, because it checks the meantime to happen first, then the trigger. Never mind. And then it checks the modifier. Yeah, this is why I don't even bother. Like even when I make the estate events, I'm not going to use any of that. It's just extremely performance inefficient, and it's completely random. It's not really. So, for instance, with the events where, estates demand privileges and stuff like that, no mean time to happen whatsoever. It's all based on a ticker, based on different variables, and then they come at you faster and slower based on different variables. But there's a certainty to it. Like with a event that has a mean time to happen of a year, it could theoretically never ever fire the entire game. No, too much unpredictability. Captain Kosovo, just do what Paradox does. Release it at 65% done, and then charge for the rest of the features. Yeah. Mesure Avril, Degradation was made when there were less modding tools, the bulk of it, right? And Harper has done some revision, but he hasn't had that much time with a lot of the recent stuff that's come. And his stuff, his variable calculations are a nightmare. So it's kind of intimidating to get into. I saw someplace I should probably... Darn it, stop. Sure, drown them, whatever. Really? Here, let's check the map mode. States. Where was it again? Regional states and territories. Huh. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we could Peloponnese, why not? Just because Greek, stay thematic. Yeah, that would seem sensible. I need more states. I need more regional capitals, actually. If I wanted to, I could make Attica or Thessaly a regional capital. We'll think about that later. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. So excited. Thank you for doing all the work you've done. This mod looks fantastic thus far. Just a question. Do you guys accept donations? I'm going to be doing some stuff that is donation related. But I'll get to that later. We have donations are kind of sticky with Paradox, so. Just tuned in. Did you fix the bug with the random lists? Byzantines rock? Yes, I did. We tested it out and everything. And I lost stability, which meant it was working. But it wasn't, we didn't fix the bug. The bug is on Paradox's end. It's an obscure engine bug, but by throwing the code into a blender and then spitting it back out and then putting it in the oven again, it ended up working. So you would call it a workaround rather than a bug fix. Captain Kosovo, would you recommend starting off modding for someone who wants to learn the code? Absolutely. I'm starting a project soon that pertains to just that question. So I would encourage you to hit the subscribe button on my YouTube page, and come back later when I start doing some modding tutorials, and you can actually watch me mod when I start in active development again, and once I start to do some more bug fixes. So I would definitely encourage you to come along, because modding is how I learned to code. I had no coding experience before I started like 2 years ago modding. It's a great way to learn if you aren't very good like me in a classroom environment. Jonathan, that would actually be a very fun game. Rhodes. Yeah, Krill, that's the idea. You could. And that's the thing. It's like I'm going to start a Twitch page too, and be streaming through Twitch. And the rest of the team seems to be okay with that. One of the big issues is the concern about resentment, and I wouldn't want to be collecting donations for the mod specifically and then leaving them out in the cold. That's why I want to do streaming and do Twitch and do my development project, because it's technically slightly separate from the mod itself. And in theory, anyone on the mod team could start a stream or whatever. So it's not necessarily unfair. What the heck? Oh, I'm out of points. That's the problem. Right. Let's see. Can you show institution spread? I showed recently. I'm going to hold off on that. Do I have any? I think I'm increasing relations. Do I need to be fabricating claims on someone? I want Cyprus. I want you to belong to me. I'm not gonna ally Georgia. I'm not gonna yuck. Yuck. Thanks, Captain Kosovo. Will there be a special troops skin design? That would be awesome. We have a really cool artist who joined on recently. Pel. And it would be great if he decided to do that. He's the one who did these super awesome. He's redone a lot of our interface and stuff like that. He's the one that made these new estate icons. So I'm trying to convince him to diversify his skill set, because I'd love to have him help me on my own development project. It'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I do want to go after Crimea for sure. You can now, Krill. You can attack the areas up around Georgia. Education, thank you for reminding me. I'm sure it's looks like it's slowly declining. Like, universities probably haven't been able to keep up. The eternal dilemma. Yuck. I need admin. One of my worries is I believe Genoa's tech is... No. They have the same Miltech as me. Question is, do I go for it? Guaranteed by Caramon, Cyprus, Genoa. Those are all the individuals I want to stop. I really want Ionia. I wouldn't mind seizing some more territory here. Actually, I need to fabricate a claim on Ionia, don't I? Or do I have one? I have one. Permanent claim. I should have... I don't have a permaclaim on Cyprus? Bummer. The plague killed lots of people, yes. Done it like a kipper. Would I love to get my hands on the Klaus Switch engine? I'll talk to him about it when I go to PDoxCon. I don't want to conquer much more until I have A, manpower, B, more money, and C, admin power so I can core. I could really use an heir. Let's see. I'm gonna go Fort Siege. Will help me to siege stuff down faster. Okay. Doink.
You may not have as much time now in Copenhagen because of departure time. So layer is a lot shorter.
Seeker, will Paradox ever allow interface changes via modding? I hope so. There is some interface changes, but not you can't embed variables in them. You can't make your own interactive items, you know. All you can kind of do is move their stuff around the screen, which is handy, but how much do I care about my statesman? Wait, who's my statesman? You're my statesman? I love you, but goodbye. Expansion of city citizenship. More urban gravity. More stability. Oh, wow. These are all starting to look pretty good. Let's see. Done up like a kipper. How can you grow a city like that of the Knights when it has such low rural pop? How can you increase their low... Okay, so... The reason why this city is big is for a couple of reasons. They are either importing food from the continental food pool, or they're relying on the rural provinces that they're surrounding. So let's check the region. Right. So they're able to draw food from this entire area. So they could be importing food from Cyprus. They could be importing it from Cilicia, the immediate surrounding area. And you can see that they're kind of hoarding it. They are kind of hoarding the urban potential here, which is kind of why I want to grab it. And their burgers apparently are Or spending money there and making it bigger. Interesting. Well, it's going to be mine soon, so... It's a nice port. That's valuable. Question is, do I want to... the plague knock down my... Yeah, expansion of citizenship. I'll do it. Merchants adventuring seems like it could be kind of nice, too. Oh, yeah, let me check Florence. Yeah, Florence is pretty big. They got hit by a little bit of a plague. I should be biggest city now, if I recall. Boom, largest city on the continent. Huh. And the metropole invested again in the nearby city. So Constantinople is basically spewing money all over the place, building up my other cities. Very cool. And my burgers are building stuff. Oh, so the whole area is pretty much starting, now that I've been at peace for a while and I haven't been at war, constantly having to milk my... Oh, they built in Thessalonica too. I'm seeing lots. Oh, wow, burgers are building everywhere. Jeez. And you notice they're building in all of the previous cities. They're not just building cities like in cow pastures. So you'll probably see the burgers... Yeah, see, their income used to be like 3,000. They went on a spending spree. They built a bunch of new cities. Serve? No, you can't do that. It's not that it shouldn't be possible, or that we couldn't code it, or that we don't want to code it. The problem is that it's simply too difficult without control of the interface to express that to the player. We want to have as few hidden rules as possible, especially click rules. You know, when there's a rule pertaining to clicking something, you want it to be really obvious what effect that it has. And so we want to try to avoid situations where there are a lot of hidden and confusing rules that aren't integrated into the interface very well. Diogos, it's limited by food ultimately. If you guys recall from an earlier from an earlier stream, I had a lot of excess food that wasn't being used. My suspicion is that that's not gonna... excess food will go down. Or, geez, it went up. Huh. Oh, that's because plague killed a bunch of people. Never mind. And plague targets, urban population more. So really, I have a lot of urban potential still. I think my farming efficiency's gone up too, so... I don't know why the Bosphorus trade node is in Anatolia. I think it just needs to be renamed. I think custom nations will work. AR. Demian, do estates build things for the same price as the players? Yes. They don't get any cheats. Demian, you have a glorious voice. Wow, thank you. I've always been ashamed of my voice. Yeah, my wife thinks so too. Ellie, parentheses, the real Demian, has a glorious voice. Oh, Mega VHS. No, you're right. Actually, thank you for bringing that up. I don't know what I'm thinking. You are correct. What you said, or maybe, no, never mind. I think that might be the opposite. I might be right. Let's see. 60% of excess food already used. No, so you're right. It is the opposite. I am using up food. So, in places like the Levant, almost no food is used whatsoever because they've been totally trashed. All the cities are destroyed. There's lots of free food all around. What that'll do is it'll help to push up urbanization faster to help them recover. But in Thracia, because all of this new city creation is being done, Constantinople's growing like crazy. Thessalonica is growing like crazy. Burgers are throwing money all over the place. Food is starting to dry up because there's more reason to live in the city, so people are moving to the city, but that's using up food. And so as this food dries up, it'll begin to constrain growth in the cities. But the good side is that the more cities grow, the more money they have, and then they start to actually invest in regional food as well. But it still ends up being a net drag. So you spam money into cities like crazy, and initially you'll get a boost of growth like crazy, but then it'll start to slow down as you have plucked all the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. So you have to invest. You have to wait for your farming efficiency to kind of catch up, or you have to try and tap into the continental food pool, which you can partially do in bigger cities by building a warehouse district. Burgers built in Gallipoli too. Oh, they're building a city in Gallipoli. Thanks, guys. They're just building cities everywhere. AR, you can do that, but the only problem is you have to spend loyalty, right? And when you spend loyalty, then you have to get that loyalty somehow. Like, any one of these, adding corruption, holiday on foreign coin. So there's a price to everything, right? See, so now I would have to reduce inflation, but heck, I'm out of freaking points, so I can't do that. So there's a cost, right? So yeah, you could build someplace better. I mean, maybe not. Maybe the AI would be better at it, but you would get to follow through with your plans and your vision, right? Because the AI is pretty intelligent about where they're building. I mean, they built in, Thessalonica, for instance. That was a prudent place to build. They seem to be building in the port cities, which I actually wanted to upgrade, but didn't. So, they're not that dumb when it's not like they built in Thracia or something. Okay, catch up. Oh, yay, free stuff. Oh. I also need to... I'm just going to pump my prestige into offering favors. Kirill, you can't just root out corruption anymore. You can, but it's a huge waste. And it will never completely reduce corruption. See how this only reduces a little bit of corruption? So it's pointless to use anymore. Let me show you. This is how you root out corruption. You revoke privileges. Oh, hold on, let me... let's check sources of corruption. Greater nobles produce the most, then lesser nobles, then burghers, then state corruption. If I want to reduce those sources of corruption, I have to go here, revoke, and then I have to figure out what is most painful. So I'm going to revoke significant tax exemption, but now I have a chance to lose stability. They're upset about reforms. Damn it. So I lost some stability. So right now, nothing happens when the estates are pissed off. I need to add something before we release. I need something. There used to be a much more sophisticated version, but it was incomplete, so I had to disable it. Someone was asking about Alexandria. I think the burghers did build something here a while ago, but the burghers also tend to favor same culture as well. and they're not the same culture. But burgers probably will build over there eventually. David, right now I also need... I'm going to probably have to disable state corruption too, because I haven't added in corruption fighting mechanisms yet. That's another really important thing. Kirill, the problem is if I reduce corruption, it doesn't go away forever. It just moves the equilibrium down, right? So it just becomes a permadrain. So what was I thinking? Oh, yeah, so I need to add in the states being pissed off. What time is it? 10:22. Let me save first off. Straw poll. Does anyone want to see me create a relatively simple, or at least get started on a relatively simple estate anger pissed off mechanism for when they go beneath 30%? Let me make that straw poll. If no, I can just try and, I don't know, do it later or something, but I don't know how much time I'm gonna have. Do you want an estate? Do you want me to make an estate pissed off mechanism now? Yes, it is important. I am patient and supportive. Hell no. Option B. I just want to see stuff getting painted and conquered. Create poll. When you get down to 30% now, you cannot utilize any of the positive things with estates. And this will be revealing, as I'm, I need to develop, but I don't want to bore people. Okay, 84% yes, and 16% hell no. Hold on a second. I'm gonna wait for it to clear, and I'll be back. Alright, let's refresh. See how many people's. Okay, still overwhelming. 57 votes for yes, 12 for no. Like I said, in the future, if I continue streaming, I'm gonna try and split my streams into my lip stuff. Yeah. Split my streams into mainly gameplay and mild bug fixes and development. But this is going to be a, maybe a 30-minute development thingy. So, let me get rid of the stuff I don't need. So, I haven't really figured out what I'm going to do. So let's do some designing on the fly. Let's just think through this. So first off, we got to think of it this way. Let's say an event fires, and the risk of losing loyalty is in the options, right? The first thing we want to make sure is that the player can't simply pump loyalty in to avert the disaster, right? Before the disaster happens. So the first thing I have to do is always make sure that there is a flag which disables your ability to improve the estate's loyalty whenever a loyalty event hits. I currently have that in right now. I think it's called like privilege freeze flag or something. It prevents you from giving privileges or favors in order to avert the disaster, right? You can attempt to do it afterward, but otherwise you would never go below 30 loyalty if you'd always just react immediately. Next, we need the disaster to kick into effect immediately after you hit the options button for the. Okay. All right, reconnected. Everybody still there? Arrow. So if I want to see the mod, I'm not supportive and non-patient? Yes. No. I was just trying to be kind of funny and kind of coercive. Okay, I'm here. Okay. It's back. Yeah, it's back. Still here. Okay, good. Alright. So, I suspect I probably lost a few viewers who didn't want to see modding happening. But oh well. Still important to move this thing along. So, alright, so what we need to do is we first need to, let's see, we need to pull up the scripted effect, which normally would reduce your loyalty, right? So we can find an example of that in the demands section, which I think, here we go, demand support. And down in the options, we should have the scripted effect that is, where is it? Responsible for, here we go, loyalty hits, right? So now we're going to go ahead and find that one. I haven't committed names of every single scripted effect to memory, so I do have to search for them. There's just so much, to remember. So you kind of have a vague notion, but okay, so here it is. Here's the scripted effect that takes away takes away loyalty from the greater nobles. Okay. Let's see. So what we want to do now is we want to check after this has happened and it's subtracted the necessary things. We want to check to see if it's gone red, right? And then we want to have an effect, right? So we're going to check the variable, which is estate noble's loyalty. Oh, no, that's not right. No, this is right. Yeah, estate's noble's loyalty. Value equals 0.3. So that's basically 30%. Now, basically I use my own variable system for everything. Remember how I said that I reprogrammed the states from scratch? Well, you're probably looking at this, the loyalty here, and saying, well, isn't that indicative of the estate's loyalty? And the answer is no. These are just hijacked numbers. We basically just hijacked Paradox's interface in order to display these values. The real value tracks this variable, right? And you can see here, this effect here is what changes these values here. But that's just for display, right? We're just using what Paradox gave us as a nice little interface, since we can't make our own interface. True variable is right here, so we're going to check this one. This is the one that matters. So if after the event option is taken, loyalty goes down to, is not equal to 31, then we want to make a crisis happen where, the nobles are angry, right? So sets country flag greater nobles below 30 loyalty. And then we can use this to freeze you from bringing your loyalty up, and then have a series of bad events happen. And in my mind, what I wanted to happen was, once you hit 30% and below, what would happen is that events for maybe 5 years would come at you rapid fire. Sometimes they would be cheap opportunities to revoke privileges. Other times they would just be kick you in the ball events, right? And so the idea is, in theory, you could let your loyalty fall low with the greater nobles and instigate something with them in an attempt to take away some of their privileges, even though you knew that other bad events would come with it, right? Okay, let me go through comments. What about his welcome? 20%. Don't you need a knot? Yeah, I got the knot. Put knot. Yeah, I put the knot. Okay, so we're good. Right, so we're going to freeze. This I don't need anymore, so I'm actually just going to get rid of it. Alright. So I can get rid of this too. I no longer need scaling mechanisms. I have a better way of doing it. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of, actually I gotta clear a couple of things here. So you end up with a lot of vestigial code a lot of the time. And so now it's just cluttering things up, and the engine will actually search for this when it's, even though it's not relevant, and can cause some hiccups and it can cause some crashes in rare cases. So it's always good to get rid of any code that you really don't need. Alright, so I've set this flag for the greater nobles. Now I also want to set it for all the other estates too, but they'll have their own flags. We don't need it when adding loyalty. We do need it. See? And you can see that we need it lesser. Okay. And then for burgers. Right. So, and it's always a good idea to make sure you have consistent naming. And so you can see here that I generally have consistent naming for burgers, lesser nobles, greater nobles. That way, if I have repetitive code and I need to copy paste between different estates using the same code, I can just, do like, lesser nobles, and now I can replace it all. And then GG. Save real quick. Make sure all the brackets are closed. Good question. Seeker, could this use the normal disaster system? Seeker, it could. That would take longer. And there's sometimes disaster interaction issues. And so I think a true civil war where it really gets out of hand, you could definitely do it. But if you have a peasants' war, there's issues where I believe where disasters can kind of negate each other, and these in a way aren't necessarily full-blown disasters. If your lesser nobles who have 5% influence get this, I don't want it to blow into a disaster and then influence like bigger disasters that should be bigger problems, you know. Estates are always are estates always going to be a liability? They will always be both a liability and a benefit. They're not just there to be milked or to be min-maxed. Okay, so I think I got through the questions. So now we have to figure out the next phase, right? So there's a couple ways we could handle this, right? Once we've set the flag, there's two things we could do. We could have it set a flag or a modifier. If we set a flag, we have to make sure that we remove it later. If we set a modifier, we could theoretically add country modifier, name equals GN below 30 loyalty, same one, and then set the duration at like, I think that's 5 years. And if we did that, then we could simply have, for instance, the monthly pulse pick up on this, and then decide whether to fire an event based on the presence of this. And then as soon as the modifier is gone, the monthly pulse would no longer pick it up, and then you'd be good, right? Let me, because I'm bad at mathing. 1825, yeah, we're good. Okay. So, let's see, I'm checking the time. I will end this little demo around 10:50, and then we can keep playing. Because I know people probably don't want to watch it forever. I really do need to separate, you know, my modding streams from other streams. So I think I'm going to go with the modifier, right? Because it can just fall off after a while, and that'll make it simpler. And then burgers. Alright. I do kind of want to get back to my game too. That was fun. Alright, so now there's a catch though. The downside with using modifiers instead of flags is that you actually have to create the modifier somewhere. With a flag, you can declare any flag at any time, and you don't need to make a flag in another file somewhere. But with modifiers, you do. So I have to make a special modifier, each one of those. Event modifiers. I'll put it with estates. Okay. I have multiple screens that I would normally do this on, but because I'm doing a demo, estate scaling effects. Estate scaling effects. You can see how big how much code ends up being involved in these. I'm just gonna stick it at the bottom, or maybe not. Here we go. And these are just placeholder modifiers, remember. They're going to be completely invisible. See how they're hidden? Because I just want them to exist to use them as a trigger. So the game can pick them up and go, oh, something bad is supposed to happen with the greater nobles. Oh, something bad is supposed to happen with the lesser nobles. Right? They don't even have an icon. They have no stats. Pure placeholders. Boom. Alright, they exist. Now they can be used, right? So, if something bad happens with the estates, oh no, something bad happened, my loyalty, as soon as I click this button, loyalty will go down. Loyalty goes down, and once that loyalty calculation's done, boom, picks up that something's bad's going to happen. And so, I want my estates, I want you to be unable to improve your relationship with your estate until that 5-year effect is over. So to do that, we go ahead and we go to our estates. And we'll go to nobility. Jewel. Demian, how's the move going, by the way? Going pretty good. Can't wait to have an office. Can't wait to have some more private space with the kids and the wife. All right. Privileges. All right. So I want to say you cannot give out a privilege if you have the country modifier of. This is where dual screens come in handy. GN, loyalty below, blah, blah, blah. All right, and then I want to do this with each estate. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife. And hide your husband too, because they're raping everybody out here. Wait. Okay, while we're modding, we just might need that song. Where is that?
Well, obviously we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing your windows. He's making your
There we go.
trying to rape you, so y'all need to
Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, raping everybody out here. You don't have to come to confess. We're gonna find you, we're gonna find you. Run and tell that, run and tell that, homeboy, homeboy. My wife's telling me not to sing. Let's have a straw poll. On the project, so dumb, so dumb, so dumb. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, 'cause they're raping everybody out here. Oh, is it really? It's on YouTube. Really?
Yeah, didn't, what's her name? That makeup artist, she got sued for something like that.
I thought this was a family stream. Copyright violations. Oh, oops, wrong one. Okay, so basically I'm just making sure you can see that for people who aren't familiar with coding and modding, that things that you would think would be fairly simple take a lot of legwork a lot of the time. And this isn't even considering that we might have introduced any bugs or screwed anything up and have to go back and fix it. And so we've gotten to the point where we can make sure that when loyalty goes below a certain point, it disables the menu here. And then after that point, it prevents you from giving any privileges or anything like that. At which point, now that we've done that, we would go to the pop pulse, right? Let's see. Demi, it tends to be the difficult things that are easy to code. Yeah, right. I can just sing the song, and then they can't copyright that or something. Here's the pulse. By the way, this is how I fixed the other issue here. I had to move it into the pulse. So now, I have to figure out how I'm going to handle. Let's see. Here, let me move something over here. Okay. So remember our modifiers. This is where we're going to use our modifiers. Oops. There. So this is a monthly pulse that Flopsy made. And every month it's going to check these various things. This is how the siege system works, right? And a few other things. Some global AI decisions that KJ made. So every month we're going to check to see if we have the country modifier GN below 30 loyalty. If it is, we need to have some kind of effect. I'm not entirely sure what kind of effect. We'll have to figure out how we're going to do that. Actually, hold on, there's a fast way to do this right here. So I'm going to make it 3 more times. For lesser nobles, burghers. And I'm going to quickly check chat to make sure no one's coming up with any better ideas. Yeah, that's the thing, Windenburg. That's why that's why I'm disabling loyalty during as soon as this hits, right? I just can't get over the guy going crazy, playing the fight truck. It's beautiful, Ronnie. Oh, okay. Alright, so we'll have our effect in here. Let's see, it's 10:47, so I'll probably wrap up the modding component. What I'll do is I can add in the bad effects. We've done about 1/3 of the work so far, maybe. And I'll do that like in the morning or something when, you know, people aren't watching or whatever. But brief modding tutorial. No, promotion and demotion is still in. It works fine. Oh, you mean disable it for... Yeah, that's a good point. Before I forget, I need to make sure that you can't also promote nobles in order to gain loyalty if you want to avert that disaster. Yes, that would be a loophole. Thank you. Okay. Burn the speed. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, bird must feed. Yeah, my wife came on her cell phone and played it for you. And then I was confused. And then now I realize why. What are the specs of your PC? Can't believe you're running M&T so smoothly. The specs on my... Let me put it to you this way. I cannot list the specs of my computer to you off the top of my head, which should tell you something of the power of my computer, which is... It's not really that powerful. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. The Baby Owl stream. Okay, so now we need to recover some manpower. We got a good bit of money. So we want to wage that war against the Knights. We have a permaclaim there. I do have a solid state drive. Oh, Constantinople stats. I got hit by the plague, but doing pretty good. Largest city on the continent. Yay, got my last core. They do, which is kind of silly, but they're considered adjacent provinces, so CE does work over Straits. Send a letter to More men for the army, sure. I guess my consort is from Dresabons. I thought I got rid of this spy network. Sure. How many people are on the M&T team? Quite a few, actually. 15, maybe 15 to 20. Varying levels of participation. Some come, some go. The solid state drive, by the way, only seems to really help much with loading times. I think. I could be wrong. Promising trader. Well, thanks, I guess. Let's see. I would definitely prefer a trader, but I don't want to pay out the nose. No. We are back to playing the game. Kapitan Kosovo, my suggestion to you is to get a template, somebody else's events, right? And try copying rather than, so for instance, slight deviation. If you try to make your own event, don't start out by writing all this crap out on your own. Get somebody else's template event and work off that instead. Yeah, that's right, Wallaby. Okay, phew. Oh, in-game music, that's right. Why did that disappear? Oh, it is on. For one reason or another, I disabled the audio. There we go. Try a straw poll. Alright, getting to the point where we could declare on someone. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it down relatively low. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. For you guys, I can just turn my volume down. Yeah. I mean, I tried from scratch with no skill, but I had someone to ask questions, and I looked at other people's events. Like, M&T is a great way to learn to mod because there's so many events you can check out. France. Well, it depends. No. Oh, that's horrible. That is so bad. That is so bad. Huh. Ouch. I have negative stability. As you can tell, stability is a serious pain to keep up. Yeah, that's Mrs. Demian. Oh wait, what? No, that really is my wife. Yeah. While I was modding, she got all of my PDoxCon travel stuff ready for me. Thank you, honey. It does bother me, Mr. Boxer. He's next on my list. It's true. We're just parts of Ellie's imagination. Have you ever... So think of it this way. Is it a coincidence that every time I've ever streamed, Ellie's been either... It's been around her nap time, or it's been in the evening when she should be sleeping? Think about that. Yep. Check Genoa's tech. Okay, we're still in the same. Caramon's not too far behind the tech. Kind of poke around, see when one of them decides to go to war. Yeah, I'm going to take all of those. I'm taking them all. All I have to do is declare a war on the knights. And I can take... I've been wanting to take Cyprus. I've been wanting to take the islands. I've been wanting to take the city. I've been wanting to take the Genoese colonies. We are all of the Ellie mines. Byzantine Rock. Yeah, I'll talk to KJ about that. He works on Flood. Teutons die? Ooh, Jesus. What? Where is Poland getting troops? What happens? Wow, they must have just pushed themselves to the absolute limit. New World. New World's kind of meh. Oh, the Aztecs are becoming the Aztecs. Oh, that's because they got Bohemia's help. That's how they won. Bohemia basically did all the heavy lifting. This Bohemia's gotten really strong. Let's check other cities. Let's see. Florence. Fez. Fez is a beast. Toledo is getting pretty big. I bet France is shot. Yeah, Paris is toast. Novgorod, I bet, is pretty nice. Yeah. Hi, Kiev. Not too shabby. My favorite non-Mew game. Depends. Some of the oldies are a lot of fun. Master of Orion 2 is still a damn fun game. But you know, it's kind of tainted with nostalgia. Modern games. I have a lot of good memories with Terraria. Put a lot of time into that. Of course, I loved EVE Online back in the day. You know, Amaya or Mrs. Demi and I played a lot of World of Warcraft, of course. Oh yeah, Crusader Kings 2 is great. Love Crusader Kings 2. With mods, of course. Of course, CK2 Plus. Victoria, you know, good game, all the usual. Let's see. Oh, favorite EU4 mods? I barely played any EU4 mods. I mean, when you're modding, you have to remember that when you're developing like crazy and modding like crazy, you just don't have the normal amount of time you had for other stuff. Especially if you have, you know, 2 kids in diapers and a wife. And if I did have to build somewhere, I really think continuing to build up Alexandria, is this is really the biggest crossroad for trade, right? Oh man, Ethiopia. Yeah, how do you feel about possible Victoria 3 or EU5? I don't know. Victoria 3 would be cool. It's an easy game to mess up. They messed up Vicky 2 in a lot of ways. EU5, it's hard to say. Depends on what kind of mod tools they've given us. How'd you and your wife meet, if not too personal? We met at band camp. Not really. But met her in high school. We're high school sweethearts. I believe, yeah, maybe a local capital here. Let me. Why? Oh, I think I need a town hall. Yeah. Okay, who wants to go conquering? Antiquity Universalis. How awesome would that be? Yeah, Rome was a great Paradox game in principle. It was my first Paradox game, actually. Had issues though, obviously. I'm thinking about hiring mercenaries, because I have the mercenary idea group, right? And I could bum some money off, or I could get some support from the burghers, right? Provision mercenary armies for 10 years. Jesus. Alright, so maintenance. And then I could theoretically get available mercs and mercenary cost. Yeah, EU Rome was a bastard. It was like this chimera of proto CK2, where you had like characters that kind of sucked, and the best way to expand was to send your character out on a mission intentionally to get assassinated, and then you'd be like, oh, now I'm going to declare a war. It had some weird stuff. I'm going to try something. I am curious how much mercs would cost. 32. Theoretically, I could get mercs for really cheap. I'm gonna hire one and just check. As if I can get mercs really cheap for a while, I could deal with the fact that my manpower isn't very good. No, why? 47 ducats. 20 ducats. Yeah, so cost is still pretty significant. I'm going to hire a few mercenaries regardless. And then I'm going to use this. See how far that gets me down. Ew, not very good. But I wouldn't have to worry about bleeding manpower, so we'll hire a few. Andrew Pitt, they're the horrible estate events. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. They are placeholders for when the real event system comes in, because there needs to be variation in estate loyalty going up and down. Eventually those will have resolution. It'll explain why bad and good stuff is happening, but it won't just be bad and good stuff. It'll be like you have to deal with your estates, and sometimes it pertains to losing loyalty. Sometimes there's crises. Sometimes there's all kinds of stuff. Okay, so we're gonna need a pretty beefy army here, because first we need to slam Caramon, get them out of the war, ideally before the Genoese come. Hopefully my fleet is big enough I can stop them from landing. I may want to actually get at least one army onto the Knights' territories. Cyprus I probably don't have to worry about. Why does your profile pic look like a flower with a vagina? It is a pomegranate. It is Granada sigil. It's one sexy sigil, we all must admit. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I need to unmothball my ships here. Check my force limit. Yay, finally almost back up. And okay, so we're not running any debt, fortunately. Adjust the mean time to happen, Captain Kosovo. Adjust it to like 1 day or something, and then it should fire almost immediately. If it doesn't fire almost immediately, it means you screwed up your syntax somewhere. Oops. Plus, build up Varna north of the capital on the coasts. Oh, you know what? You could be right. But there's no... What I really need is I need something in the Baltic node which has some kind of bonus on it. Would be nice, at least. I think this all really needs to be part of the Balkan. Yeah, I could build up Varna, couldn't I? Oh yeah, do I even have a reason not to take Ragusa? Where is Ragusa? Maybe right here. Venice owns it. I should go. I've been meaning to go after Venice, as a matter of fact. Venice. Not as nice as... Who are they allied with? Naples and... Oh yeah, I could take them easy. But definitely need to follow through with this war first, that's for sure. Did I build anything else? No. I don't feel that this is enough, but you know what? I think I know someone who can help. Oh, threaten war against Venice? They hold no unoccupied provinces that are cores or claims. You know what? I do need to make one now. Getting a lot of mixed messages here. No, Commodore, Commando dude, I just haven't thought of it much. Just too distracted. Alright, so I will go to war soon. Am I still stuck with... Yeah... I'll take the 0 point hit for now. Not one siege pip. Crash, no! It happens. $11:09. Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to hit the sack around 12. We'll fight this war and see what happens then. Yeah, thanks, Captain. And I'll try to tease out those game streams from development streams. Still one of those things where it's like there's such a stark divide between, you know, what people want to see. I think if I start streaming the development process when I'm making new things and people have input, that might be interesting to a lot of people. So we'll see. Okay. What? No, you serious? It hadn't been that long, had it? What saves did it load? Oh, that's gonna suck if I have to recruit all those guys again. I guess I do. Annoying. Alright. Okay. Seven marks should do. I'll consolidate as I fight. Okay. Now I will get a much crappier general than before. Oh, never mind. I don't even have the. Oh, yeah, I do. One more turn, I should. Oh, yeah. Spy networking Venice. Normally, the variability, I would spend more time staring at troop stats. In my own games, I'm more like a Roomba in the sense that I'm willing to spend more time reasoning through things. But I kind of... It's not much fun, I presume, to watch people min-maxing. So I don't min-max while I'm streaming. Do I need more cannons? Couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt other than my pocketbook. I'm pretty rich, I'd say. Siege pip, I'll take it. Oh, what did I pronounce right? The variability? Windbur. Just curious, but are you gonna pair in a in-game triggered modifier with a bunch of negatives for having an estate loyalty fall too low? I'm trying to figure that out now. That would be the easy route to go. Is just doink. Here's a bad modifier for 5 years, but it would be nicer even before release just to have something a bit more creative. So we'll see. We'll see how much time I have. But if I have to, that could be the easy solution. The easy, unsatisfying solution. Heavy sigh. What are you having heavy sighing about becoming a robot? Yeah, Navy. Oh yeah, if it did, it would scale with the state influence bunk. What I'd prefer to have is Oh, the heavy sigh. No, because I want it to be more in-depth than just some stupid modifiers. But what would be nice is to have a few events, you know, that can fire during that time with varying levels of severity. So you wouldn't necessarily know what you're getting, right? And sometimes it would give you a chance to slam them on privileges. Other times they could really kick you in the balls. That would be the best way to go, but we'll see. Nothing says you can't pair bad events to follow along with the triggered modifier. You could, but it depends on the objective, right? So, let me see. Okay, I should be just about ready to go at him. Banarasu. Yeah, they're having issues. So much to conquer, so little time. What would be nice is to make a vassal here. Are the Mamluks dead yet? Almost. But yeah, win Windabur. I may just go. off on my wonderful internet connection. I'm back. Yeah, it's my connect. I told you guys I live in the middle of a cow pasture. Connection's ghastly. Is your Asia Minor Orthodox? Well, you can see right here. It's got some Miaphais and some Shias. Cows are delicious, they are. Alright. Okay, so ships are ready to go. So now what we gotta do, I'd like to focus on this war. I mean, it'd be nice if I could go against Banarasu, but culture conversion is not very impressive right now. Colin Dula. Oh, I misread. I thought someone said Central Asia. Asia Minor. No, mostly Sunni. It's gonna be a feist over around the Silesian gates. Okay. Andrew Pitt, done up like Kipper evening. I have an exam tomorrow. But Demian's sweet, weedy voice is impossible. What does that mean? Sweet, weedy voice. I should convert. I'd like to make a concerted effort at it later once I've consolidated. But I might have to persecute. I have to get my persecution on and get a proper. Oh, I do have a. You know, maybe I can start it a little bit now. Let's see. Why is it so goddamn hard to convert? Give me a cross. Huh. And my church influence is not so good, and it's hard to successfully convert with bad piety and well, no, piety doesn't matter so much as church, or at least it used to. Missionary strength, yeah. So if I could increase church influence, convert to Sunni. Yeah. don't have a deep masculine voice. I have an Ira Glass from This American Life voice. But thanks anyway, I guess. Sounds like slightly crispy bread. You guys are funny. But let's see. What am I gonna do here? Okay, declare a war. Well, actually, let's see. I'll worry about conversion later. If I increase state influence, I'll be able to convert more. Or I could have an alliance. Okay, so everyone who I want to kill is going to be part of this war. Good. Bruno, it's kind of an automatic thing. Yeah. I'll invent something better later. I want Ionia. Alright, prepare to die. So, it's kind of a big leap, but is that all you got to offer me still, guys? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, was I not thinking? No, they'll join in. Yeah. Okay, so now I don't really need an admiral here. I'm just gonna hang out right here in the Ionian Sea, slow things down a little bit, and I'm gonna wait for Karaman's army too. I'm sure they'll poke their head out and they'll stack wipe them. Heavily restrict loot because this is a war of annexation. Bong Bong, the Balkans are really not very developed at all. Grr. Where are you going? Not worth it. I just want to make sure they don't land up here in the Balkans while I'm not looking. Exceptional year, 2.5% tax. Awesome. Ah, hello. I knew you'd poke your head out. Alright. I'd like to blockade here. Okay. Got some more. This is a bad idea, but this Genoa has, I presume, quantity-wise, an inferior fleet. Had a lot of Greek culture conversion. That's kind of nice. Okay. Attach blockade. Did I miss you? Alright, well, let me find some place with not super favorable terrain, so if they decide to attack me... Oh, good. Oh, come on. Don't want the income hit for 10 years. Oh, good. We're going to have a fight. Bring it. This is going to be a massacre. Or not. Yikes. Well, my discipline is light years better. Where are you getting all this? A lot of religion-oriented stuff. Oh, damn. I'm like killing all of them, but all of my dudes are running away. That's kind of a upsetting asymmetry. So it's like, whew. Yeah, it's true. Restricting loot. My discipline's so much better. There's like nobody left fighting. But I guess I'm gonna lose. Yeah. What's that? I still won. There's no one left in their army. They're all dead. Oh, and nobody. Oh, good job. They mothballed their fort. Boom. Good job. Oh man, disease messed me up. That was an unexpected difficult fight. Whoever mentioned Caramon being formidable wasn't entirely wrong. Caramon, Ottoman's revenge. Oh no, they're gonna go for Antioch. That's sad. I do plan on taking the Crimean region. I don't have any claims on it, but whatevs. I'm gonna try and... Obviously they're gonna run someplace far, far away, but I'm going to attempt to mop up the knights here. Make sure no fleets are coming. Alright, proceed. Gonna run this southern Anatolia, but where? Oh, I see. I might just let them run. Siege down the forts for now. Then I'll have run of the place. Diplomatic map mode. This is what I'm dealing with here. I guess I probably should have saved those admin points for coring. Oh well. Okay, I can speed things up, I think. These likely have... No forts. Guess I don't need to... Oh, there we go. Send a few more. I do have claims on Crimea. Is it Theodora? Yes, that's true. Base start date's 1356, 1530. Caetano, when your manpower is bad, yeah. You know, that has an effect on various factors. If Caramon comes back with the knights, he could inflict some damage on me. Let me just finish the siege and then I'll send these greater noble levies over. No, Kosovo to the rescue. Is he gonna go for me? No. Never used this before. Let's see what it does. Too late. So remember, there's an overwhelm feature with sieges. And so if you're wondering, like, why are you putting so many dudes on top of one siege? It's because if you really want a siege to get done quick, you can see garrison tremendously outnumbered. Oh, of course, I gotta fight his stupid pretender rebels. Alright. I'm a little nervous about breaking up my troops, because I don't want to end up in a situation where I could conquer Teke right now if I wanted to. Do I have a core? Yes, I do. Kind of in the mood just to mop up the rest of Anatolia while I'm at it. Tie off all those loose ends. Ooh. Why am I stuck? There we go. Considering how badly they kicked my ass last time, I think we should leave nothing to chance here. Converge. Oh yeah, wait to annex. That's not what I need right now. I think we have a bug. Admin. That's way too low. Let's fix this. Pop famine 0.003. Pop famine. Alright. So admin cost, ducat cost B. Where's admin cost? Admin cost, but that should be. Oh. Yes, somewhere along the way. I didn't set admin cost. That's odd. Maybe it got deleted. No worries. So what it's doing is it's picking up the last time I set admin cost, which is I think when I built a road. So what we do is we set new admin. Whoops. And we want to make sure it's set to value equals 0. So we're declaring it here so that it exists. So then when I want to do calculations, I'll answer people's questions once I get this under control here. So option A is the harsher, is the paying more, right? So admin cost should be higher. Country famine destructiveness gross. Let me get a baseline here. Where is this famine happening? Okay. Ouch. It's happening. Well, okay. So here's an example of the famine originally coming from up north. But it looks like we probably have bad weather through the entire area and high pop density. So, alright. So I want to figure out what the gross value of the famine is before I set this. Oops. Ugh. Whatever. Reflex is getting worse as night goes on. Alright. Famine gross. Famine gross. Famine is gross. All the variables. I don't see it. Why don't I see it? Okay. I think there was Greek. Looking at your questions real quick. I can't stay awake. See you guys next stream. See you, Jonathan. Floor of the weather. Floor of the weather's actually been pretty nice lately. Okay, so this should not take long. Oh, country famine gross. That's why I was variables up here. Country famine destructiveness gross. Here is the gross destruction. So, all right, that makes sense. So we don't want it to be a gross cost. We want it to be a percentage. So country famine resource composite. That's probably more useful. Okay, so that's what we're going to use. So this is a percentage of your population affected. Country famine recourse composite. So it was, let's see. So, okay. What we'll do is we will set the admin cost to country famine recourse composite. And then we will just multiply variable admin cost A by a value of 50. Now we straighten all this out. Alright. Well, actually, we can just copy and paste. Now this is for the admin cost B is for the weaker option. The 70. Well, we don't want to make it. Well, do we? Let's. So if it was pretty destructive and the recourse composite was 0.932, so it makes sense that it might cost 75 admin points to give that kind of aid, right? And roughly 50 admin points for the secondary option, I think, is reasonable. Yeah, that's reasonable. Everything we can. Screw it option. Okay. Save. So, what should happen then is we should get proper admin cost now. Famine relief. Good. Okay. We can continue. As for me, what do I want to do? Let him starve. Hey, J-Chen. So Andrew Pitt, there wasn't a bug. It was just a fixing an event. Well, I guess it was kind of a bug. It was supposed to cost admin points, but it wasn't, because I didn't set what the cost should be, and so it was just picking up the previous cost that I had set at another point in time from another event. I don't have the money right now to save people. Ugh, thank goodness. See, No need for charity. Okay. Let's try to head Karaman off at the pass. Hopefully they won't follow through with this attack because they might beat me. But I should be able to get there in time. We'll see. I just don't want them to. I hate having to chase down enemies. So, wait, where'd they go? Oh, there they are. Where do you think you're going? Oh, what a great time to kick off. Well, I can't afford to lose loyalty, so I'm spending money, I guess. Let's... Still a little nervous. Oh yeah, we're gonna stack wipe. Good. I'm just way outnumbering them. See, I got tons of flanking. Way more cannons. This is much better. I'm just slaughtering them. The cavalry's cutting through them. Yay, okay. Easy street from here. And everyone's hiring Kandar or Macaroni. Well, I want to capture these islands, so I think I'm just going to have to go with taking down Mentees too. It'll make things easier. Ruler was pretty good. Except you. Ruler traits kind of annoy me the way they're implemented. Watching this, waiting for it to come out while playing Sbagumu. I destroyed the Ottomans mostly, yeah. Would you ever consider making a system for capturing enemy guns in the battle after the siege? That's an interesting idea. Oh, those assholes. When did Kandar? Ah, they hired... Okay. Let me deal with their pretender rebels trying to siege down the forts I fought so hard to get. What? Come on, fleet. What are you doing? Looks like they're coming for me. Bong Bong, I'd say it's a totally different game, really. I'd say a lot better, but I'm obviously biased. Ooh, how better are their ships? The answer is significantly better. I guess we're just gonna have to see. Yeah, I'm just sinking them left and right at this point. But Knights did use that opportunity to land some troops, annoyingly. I guess the idea is I'll just... stack wiped Kandar, so... just gonna occupy like crazy. And... go back to hunting ships, I guess. But where did you go? Wait, how? Why? Useless. Now Karaman is recruiting all over the place. Come on, get there. Please. Ow. And it looks like Trebizond got nice and sacked. Good to know. Antioch was already useless. No point building a fort there till I build it up. Damn, what is here that is so beefy? Oh, your capital. Huh. Raise some more troops. Trebizonds. Trebuchet. I'm gonna call it Trebuchet from now on, just to piss everybody off. Sigh. Sigh. It's a long way to walk. Who's closer? I'm sure more are coming. Nosova. That's why I have a buffer. Asia? See? Asia. That's why I have a buffer and I have forts. Hey, dude, wanna help? Oh, really? No, that's a bad idea. Finish the siege on their capital. Is there a reason why I'm not? Okay. I know. Like, they haven't been completely useless, Jewel. They've been a pretty good speed bump, I guess. Medieval forts. The blue forts are state fortifications. Too many cavalry. Okay. Ah, shit. I hired cavalry? Oops. No wonder I have too many. Yeah. Not worth it. God damn. Everyone's hiring Conda Macaroni. I do not appreciate it. But last I checked, they were in free fall, so. Yeah, Furudoshi, there are ways to tap into province wealth. Get up there before. Well, who cares about Kosovo? They're being the good speed bumps they're always meant to be. Oh, okay. So now, well, okay. Let me think. That's right. I was walking over there. Okay, go. Once they're done, I can maybe. Conda Macaroni. Yep. That's true. If I let Genoa siege down Kosovo, it'll take away some of their manpower. Jesus, what a capital. There's a lot to do in this war. Yay! Alright, let's finish off Karaman here. Andrew Pitt, yes, they are significantly smaller. And when I say significantly smaller, significantly more historical. Especially when you consider around this time that, you know, the Crown of France was fielding armies of 25 to 30k max. In previous builds of M&T and in Vanilla, they're fielding like 70k at game start. And of course, Castile, when they attacked Granada in the War of Reunification, they only had maybe 20k. That was with Aragon and Portugal and like Castile and everybody. Colin, we built our own version of Devastation about 8 months ago, so we're using that. But then we're using Devastation as just a means of tracking our version. I don't see any right now, probably because not enough has been dished out. I chose not to do any loot damage, so that's less devastation. Karaman War Score 59. South of Karaman. Yeah, I'll get to them too before I pieced out with Karaman. I guess I should get Antioch too. Let's see. Some colonization has been done, Jewel, last time I checked. Yeah, Andrew Pitt, it still bugs me that the chat demands attention. I'm working on it. Demian, speculate on my question. My chat box is too small. I'm trying to find your question. Where is it? I can't find it. Where is it? I don't see any Brett. Oh, Demian. Do you think the team would let other mods integrate the pop mechanics? Or do you think the team would rather... I have no problem with anyone using my work, but I don't think it's very easily... it's not something that can be ported easily. If you think you can, go for it. but I don't think it's delicate. It's complicated. It can very easily become highly unbalanced and erratic if you don't take all the necessary measures. Alright, what am I doing here? Oh, that's right. Can I get... Yes, I can. Howdy, Black Ops. Okay, I think I've addressed enough of the chat. Are there any goodies for reclaiming the Orthodox Pentarchy? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out eventually. A lot of that is De Gracia stuff, and I've never paid as much attention there. Alright, great. Oops. Let's deal with that. Do you have any forts here? Nope. Oh, you know what I do have to deal with? I have to deal with these guys. It's been said, Bong Bong about 1/3 better. Okay, should be easy to cap. You got nowhere to run. Boom. Okay, that's interesting, SPV. I would completely redo sending ships abroad with troops. I just think the current way of handling it, where you ship 50,000 people over to India or the New World, is just, you know, with very little attrition, and then they somehow, like, even if you have no fleet, they reinforce as though, like, the people are just walking across the ocean. Totally nonsensical. Did I cap it yet? No. Am I still fighting? I don't know how my morale is so low, but I'll win this one. And stack wipe you. Antioch was burned to the ground a long time ago. It didn't even lose anything when it got sacked this time. That's because there's something called loot fatigue. It's already been looted so many times that it's hard to do more damage than has already been done. Poor Antioch. Ow. Okay. Where am I going now? Gotta head up to Crimea at some point, but I'm gonna have to jump on a fleet of ships. Just in case. Well, no, they can handle it. I can peace out Karaman probably. I'm just gonna finish up the siege here. I'm almost tempted to take out these little Beyliks here and there. because they're guaranteed by Caramon. I wouldn't mind not having to fight Caramon later. And probably do it. Let's see. Let's see. You guys go handle that. I'll go take out Teke here. Whoops. Not paying attention. I took Genoa's Aegean Holdings here already. I do need to take this up here. I figure I might as well make this a pretty comprehensive war. I'll take Cyprus too. And then I'll just try and core as much as possible. So, oops. Don't get here. Change my mind. Go back this way. You are allied to Caramon already, so not worth looting Genoa this war because I set it to low loot. Yeah, creating some vassals may be a good idea. States pay the same building cost. Yeah, okay, got that one. I just want to clean up these Beyliks once and for all. I already have it. No, I don't. What? There we go. Alright, wrap things up here. Alright, and now what I'll do is yeah, I know, I see it there. Relax, people. Only get to so much at one time. Plague. Plague. Yeah, I'm going berserk. I figure it's time to remove all potential threats. And all loose ends. Yeah, who's gonna form coalition? Not you. Overextension now is a function of your is relative to your size. So I don't think overextension for a brief period it'll be kind of a bitch, but it won't be too bad for too long. So I'm gonna carve off a chunk, remove all of these extra Baalix that are hanging around in the way. Yep, might as well remove Tech A2. I'm gonna leave Caramon just pretty much maimed. That won't take too much of their inland land. Obviously not gonna do anything with them. I just had to kill them to get to Caramon or Kandar. Okay, so I think we're good here. What I'll do is I'll board some ships after I heal up a bit, maybe. Finish off the knights. The way I see it, I can finally wage this kind of war without having to worry about bumping up into somebody stronger than me. In fact, I'm taking out all the individuals that are stronger, or that not stronger, but who pose a threat. It's really what matters is a consideration you didn't necessarily consider in vanilla, but creating a geopolitical situation where you are safe from having your economy damaged by war. I could use legitimacy, I guess. Yeah, Colin, overextension hurts. It's a function of your total size. It's not a percentage thing, see? So here's the thing, when you're little, if you're one province and you conquer 10 provinces, it gives you a lot of overextension relative to your size, so it hurts. If you're a big empire conquering a lot of lands, those 10 provinces, it gives you the same amount of overextension, but it's not as bad because you're bigger. The flip side here, though, is that big empires accumulate corruption faster and create more unwieldy estates relative to the state. And so there's a different kind of informal overextension that exists in M&T 2.0 that you have to be aware of. Since I'm highly developed in my core, I have a lot of leverage in projecting my power into new land, so I'm not as concerned. Irish miners are pretty fun, though. Yeah, bong bong, exactly. That's the idea. Is that the problem with big empires, building a big empire, is often more an issue of sort of long-term corruption and decay, and less an issue of, oh my god, I took 2 provinces, now I'm useless, you know. I do want Pontus, so... Oops, did I forget one? I don't think so. I'll give these to Trezobons. Tying up those loose ends, baby. Yes, give the Trezobons. The war of bringing kebab to the desert. Yeah, Matt Crane, that's basically the premise. You notice early game I had overextension issues. I got plenty of transports. Alright, time to annex Teke. Except I have no diplomats. Alright, where to now? the trebuchet. Go on to help with trebuchet now. They had some problems because they had to deal with some Conda macaroni. I almost did commando, I'll admit. I love how you people are so triggered by improper pronunciations. It's adorable. It's adorbs. Oh yeah, I guess I could peace out with you guys now. What are you offering? Too complicated. Here we go. So, I'm pretty borders. Oh geez, really? Well, I guess I didn't really want that many anyway. Well, let me see what I have a claim on at least. Claim. Yeah, okay. Works. What would be nice is war reps. At Demian. What is that? And then I asked them for stuff, and it turns out that it's like I can ask for like way less than what they offered me. Like, what the hell? I see. Maybe I should just wait for them to make another peace offer then. Oops. This is what happens when you go to war when you're sleepy. There's so many words and numbers. God. Get the pretty borders. Okay. I'm getting pretty borders. I didn't want all that land anyway. Wait, am I missing anything? Canik. Let me kill Canik first. I don't want to peace out and then accidentally... because I think they're allied with Caramon, right? Everyone was allied with Caramon. Caramon... New AI offers ugly borders for the win. Okay. Charge. You mean why did I not co-belligerate all of their allies? Because I wanted to pick them off later? I didn't want swarms of bees killing me. Unless I'm misunderstanding you. Ah, good luck. Good luck. Have fun with that. I could sally out and probably beat him. What's Yogg's cast? Oh, Black Flag. What is a Black Flag unit? Exiled, is it? I'll use them for Cyprus. Culture religious map mode. People are like, hey, could you go do something completely unrelated to the war you're in? Sure, why not? See? Ooh, what a mess. Oh, I don't know. As far as Empire of the Romans versus Roman Empire, I guess, I don't know. Wasn't my doing. Okay, now we're doing culture map mode. Dun, 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 dun. I'd prefer not to, I don't know. There's certain things that, look at all the Greeks. Total world pop. Let's get through this war before we go vaulting off in some other direction, if at all possible. Okay, so we want Cyprus too. Actually, theoretically, we could invade Cyprus with a lot more. Really? I think the Eastern Empire had a pretty sturdy Roman identity. Should have left some ships to blockade. Not too late. No, yeah, it's too late. Yeah, Diogo, definitely. I'm pretty sure it thought it was it considered itself Roman. Yep, Burgundy is reckoned. Fez is scarier than ever. Florence is never gonna catch up to Constantinople now. Famine or no famine. I'm sure people will howl and wail and tell me there's a better way to do this, but there we go. Nom 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 nom. No, I don't. That's not the plan. Plan is to give it the to Trezibans. Trezibans. I see my my audience dropping like flies. I can't handle it anymore. All of the ugly borders and the mispronunciations. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix this. It's not Trebizond anymore. History files, countries. Okay, here goes. Trezibond. Where are you, Trezibond? Trezibond. There we go. Alright, ready? Okay, now all I have to do is just change every single history book. Okay. I'll also have to go into the file and change all the... there we go. Treb. Fixed. Fixed. Don't unsubscribe, please. And I'm still, you know what? I should probably sue for P, shouldn't I? I think they're not gonna offer me a better deal. I'll go with Pretty Borders. Doink. Question is, what do I want out of this? What would be nice is, what are the tags here? I could make another vassal. I could take Theodora, release Theodora, and then give them a bunch of provinces. Have a vassal up here. Or should I just conquer it all and make it part of... Oh, a Gators? Am I a Gators fan? No. The mascot of my college were the Burrowing Owls, which are not fierce at all. I don't know why they were made our mascot. They're pretty adorable. Have you ever seen like a burrowing owl? Apparently my college, like, they wanted to... burrowing owls are these little native, like, practically flightless owls that are tiny and they hop around and they're really cute and they're on the ground and everything. And I guess the school wanted to build like a parking lot on top of like where all of the burrowing owls lived. And so they figured that like if they named the school mascot after these burrowing owls, it would be okay to build a parking lot on top of them because at least they'd be able to like have the memory of them or something. Nice little. Actually, some of these cities, some of these places do. Let's see, some kind of map mode. Population map mode? Okay, population map mode. Why not? Check map mode. There's a lot of loot for being on low loot. I do have the Merc ideas though, so. Let's check rural density. Just had a famine recently, screw everything up. Still pretty good density given that we had a famine. Not sure why they got so high. Not horrible. Anatolia's actually got pretty good population. Jeez. I still may need to tune down famine a little bit. Okay. Ouch. Famine on islands can be especially bad. Okay, let's see, what was I doing here? Yay, we took Kaffa. So, you know, Crimea's not too bad. There's some nice cities and stuff here. Huh. The owls, I think they were, yeah, the owls, they got entombed inside of the concrete that they laid for the foundation. Because, you know, they're burrowing, they live in burrows, so it's like, if they don't want to come out, they don't want to come out, so. That was the happy ending. Oops. Oh, cool. It's not, but, you know, we got a cool mascot out of it, I guess. Nice try, Cyprus. I'm taking it all. You guys still arguing about the Roman thing? Oh, their port is on this side. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. And the sweet parking lot. Yep. I basically just want to make sure I dominate trade here one way or another. You. Well, I do want to go on a mass conversion spree, so I better increase my church influence again. Sure, why not? Gain piety. Okay. Oh, look, I can already not convert. WTF, why is it so hard? City, local autonomy, religious head, policy of tolerance. Well, I guess I don't want to be tolerant. Demian, I dropped this earlier. You didn't catch it. I think. How would you feel about an event or whatever not to revive some semblance of the Varangian Guard? That would be something to talk about to someone else who does this particular area. Because I don't tend to get roped into smaller events. Because my specialty is larger mechanics. Let's see. So can burrowing owls be Romans or not? I get narc. When you get stuck on two conversations simultaneously that you just cannot resolve, that is the outcome. Okay. But yeah, the Varangian Guard idea is kind of cool. It would be great to have, like, if I ever got around the mercenary companies to add them in, along with, you know, Swiss mercs and stuff like that. I should want that side of the straits. So this is the important side, really. Oh, come on, what's taking so long? Loot burden. Did not get involved in this war for the loot. Yeah, it's so damn dumb sometimes. Okay, this war is wrapping up. I'm gonna go for the pious one so I get a zealous missionary. Let's see. Ooh, I'm getting ample silk. I have good development still somehow. Respect the EU. My court went down. I need to hide these, by the way, but they're out just for developers' sake. Good education. That's good. When does this end? 35? Okay. Policy of tolerance. Need to get rid of that. So what? Oh, hostile religious head. Screw you. That sucks. Okay. I get to nom 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 Cyprus. Unless someone thinks otherwise. Wouldn't do me much good as a vassal, and it rightfully belongs to Rome, so I think that decides that. From Genoa, that's a good question. Because I may need to land in Liguria just to threaten them. And that might give me more leverage. I need a diplomat first, obviously. Taking their forts will probably help too, even though it's... I should take care of that down there. Grain doll. Thanks. Fortunately, those mercenaries didn't hurt my manpower too bad. Well, I want missionary strength. Okay. Can I do any conversion still? No. Jeez. Why is this so hard? Time lapse. Loots. I never did sack Venice's payback. Never got around to it. Oh, who needs a daughter? Go away. Oh no, denied new chance of heir. Really? Well, I guess so. I want a boy. I want a boy. Don't tell my girls. Yeah. We'll see. Next era 111, right? Defensiveness? Oh, holy Jesus. This may not be worth it. The answer is I can't get anything. So I guess I'm taking their capital. Yeah, Colin, there should be. No one wants to work. Dumbest event ever. Oops. I was not paying attention. Yeah, I was thinking about vassalizing Theodora. Such a nice city there, though. It would almost be nice just to take it myself. Jesus, so expensive. Thing is, I want to remove all this territory here. But I want Kaffa. That's unfortunate. They just have to take it in a separate war, but I can always try and take the capital too. leverage all this power as best I can. Looking pretty good. Got a nice, strong vassal and Trezor-Bond. Trezor-Bond. Hello, Elistian. I guess we can speed things up now. It's the natural defensiveness here. Oh yeah, we can siege this down fast. Yeah, floods are still too frequent, it seems. Trauma is just ludicrous. Total overkill. Wow, I've pretty much occupied everything I could possibly occupy. Looks like Kiev is toast. No, you didn't. Alright. Depends, Brett. Depends on how much flood control there was, how long it had been building up, and a lot of factors there. Although it needs some prettification. There is. I need to KJ made the flood system, but it's very ambiguous as far as giving the player information. So definitely need to talk to him about it. Main, you know, it originally been a way of controlling OP regions. Okay, here we go. So we have 100% war score. Just out of curiosity. Wonder if it makes any difference if we separate peace out. Probably. Okay, so let me just... Are you serious? I definitely want Kappa. I wish I could grab Theodora. Or I don't want to leave them there though. I can deal with Theodora later. No! No! Pretty borders must prevail. Bong bong, good point. Oops. Oh boy, I'm losing it. I am falling asleep. Alright, this stuff I'm just gonna leave so I can get pretty borders. Grr. Yeah, the thing is, the spy, I've sieged down everything. Everything is sieged down. I just don't have the war score. Yeah, this is a separate piece, isn't it? David Bunk. Yeah, I think Akka is probably right there. I think that argument about Rome or not Rome has kind of run its course. Yeah, Brett, the river, in floods, rivers flood when they want to flood, but you build up flood infrastructure to help control it. Okay. Don't care, Genoa, Benarasu, Karaman. I'm fine with that. Cap is just a super expensive acquisition, but totally worth it. Okay. There, come on. I took Kaffa. See? Kaffa was the big prize, man. It's driving most of the trade anyway. Pick up the rest of Crimea later. Hey man, this is the first splooge I've ever gone on. Splooge, splurge. I guess there's two different things. Sure, whatever will maximize the destruction, friends. Remember, big cities matter the most. So, Kaffa, 18.7 trade power. Crimea, 2.4. Theodora, which is the next biggest city, 6.2. I mainly want Crimea to move trade, and so Kaffa has like 2/3 of it. Splooge! Okay, here it goes. Knights are now removed from the equation as well. I'll be conquering all the way to the Silesian Gates later anyway, so might as well take it. And I think that's the end of them. Pretty borders matter the most. Yowzers. Give it to the economy, take the stability. Yeah. Yes, I know splooge means ejaculate. That's why I was reluctant to. Pretty borders are the only thing that matters. Well, at least I know how to torture you guys. What I should have done was I should have just taken this province and this province and this province, and just had a nice. It made it look like Byzantium was taking a nice dump into the Mediterranean, which would have been beautiful. Okay, everybody goes home. Time to disband all these mercs. Oh, and maybe converts? Yes, converts. Called the Whatever. Ooh, ouch. I need you to stop not liking me. When playing as an Islamic nation, will the missionary icon at the top change? I don't think so. We don't have any control over that. SPV, it makes sense to build trade buildings, but not anything else. See, that's why I'm trying to build up trade buildings. If you build workshops, you don't get much income. The one thing that isn't influenced by autonomy is trade. Trade power. Ooh, my bad boy. I couldn't have that many people mad at me. Zoomed out. Novgorod is... Yeah, okay. Yeah, nothing. Thing is, I'm only... The only people that would give a shit is my allies and my vassals. Nah. Oh, global text. Let's take a look. I still have catching up to do. And I just conquered a bunch of land. Oh, I need to disband my mercs. I don't have study tech, I don't think. Yeah, France got whooped pretty bad. They've been conquered by Burgundy, conquered by Spain. Spain's really pushing in there. Spain, usually look at the capital, and that's usually a good way to determine how strong the country is. Bohemia's capital. 13, Florence. Kingdom of Naples is getting stomped. So I have no existential threats anymore, unless I start bumping up borders with like Spain. Nothing out in this direction. Check my my court. My court got turned into garbage. Ugh. There we go. Education. I'd love to have a higher education level, but I guess I conquered a few universities, which is nice. build up some production. No existential threats, but facing the... Yeah, floods, way too many. Way too many floods. Bad. Ew. Ugh. Yuck, 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 yuck. No stability hit though, so... No stability hit, I can live with it. Okay, I can live with it. My income is not as good as it used to be. Oh. I should redeploy my trade ship, shouldn't I? Okay, this time I'm pulling everything out of Alexandria. Egypt. Alright, good night, Matt. I'm going to likely go to sleep myself. My burgers are broke. Wait. Should they be that broke? Is that a bug? That has to be a bug. The probability of them being that low. Something is fishy. They spent... Huh. Let's see. That's true, we gotta make Alexandria a center of trade. That's kind of sad that they're not even center of trade. Let's... No, go away. Goodness. That seems like the easy choice. Do I still have some mercs? Oh yeah. The cavalry. Which I did not mean to hire. Okay. That should be good. Alright. Got my trade ships moving. Income looks pretty good. It'd be nice to get an actual advisor that... Ah, here we go. Good. Just what I needed. Good. Mercarani. That is the proper pronunciation. Okay, what was I trying to get here? Your heir is female. Yay! Awesome. Oh, and she's not even as good. It's like, how many successful female rulers of Byzantium existed? Like, there was Irene, but she didn't technically rule in her own name except toward the end and illegitimately, so whoa, now they have lots of money. Something got screwy and I'm too tired to make sense of events. Okay. No. Yeah, Theodora was kind of like, I mean, how many ruled in their own right, you know, in their own name? I mean, you could say that more females ruled the Ottoman Empire, plausibly. Ukrainian women, no less. Okay, guys, I think that's a reasonably good stopping point. Looking pretty good. I just, you know, before I get to the end of this campaign, I would just love to not be so technologically primitive. Gotta be a way to make that happen. Gotta be. But, you know, it's good. I like being challenged, you know. So it's a good feeling to not just be capped out on things. I feel like I always need more money. I always need more Monarch points for tech. I always need more of everything. I'm not just. It used to be, I remember in Vanilla and in MNT 1, you used to just cap out on buildings, and then you'd be waiting for your tech to get high enough, which you were capped out on. So then you could get the next building line unlocked so you could build it everywhere again. Take tech? Education. Yeah, I need education, right? I need better education. That's my education. I have a reasonably good development level. Court level sucks. Education is okay. Could be better. Okay. Finish my universities, but you know I keep getting distracted, and I want to build up my trade cities. Yeah, that's nice. I'm transferring almost all of the trade here to the Aegean. Transferring almost all trade out. Yes, looks good. Doing pretty good in Egypt too, transferring most of the trade out. If I could build up Alexandria to make it a center of trade, that'd be enough, I think, to pull pretty much all the trade. Prioritize monarch points. I think actually corruption is a big issue. Right, so if I improved education a little bit, dealt with corruption a bit more. Yeah, let's live dangerously. Ooh. I still fucking lost the stability. Yeah, I'd like to build up Antioch, and then that would let me move trade out of the Levant. Because there's quite a bit of trade in the Levant still. And most of it's getting sent toward Egypt, yuck. So, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, that's it for the night, guys. It was fun. Not sure how much more I will stream before PDoxCon, but we'll find out. Depends on how much work I have left to do. Yeah, so thanks for hanging around, and colonization, yeah, real quick. Probably pretty crappy, because colonization's kind of crappy. Yeah, AIs. I thought there was some here. What happened? Yeah, or the colonization needs some serious work, obviously. Thought Spain was here, but nope, that's just natives. Yeah. Too bad. Could even be. Unless someone made a major change to how colonists operated. Got a little bit of Portugal here. Spain just does not seem interested. Yeah. Alright, so hopefully we'll sort that out in the future. You know, one of the big problems is when it comes to modding teams, people will pick up they say that they'll do something, and then they will do it for a while, then they lose enthusiasm, and then they quit. You know, that's kind of what happened with colonization. This is a Flesh Wound said, "Oh, I'll do it. I'll make it my project," and did some good stuff with it, but then kind of just disappeared. You know, so that's one thing, is I'll always finish the stuff I work on and do what it takes until it's done. Okay, anyway, I think I saved, didn't I? Alright, see you guys.